I'm the music teacher listening to every single Mario Kart soundtrack ever. Today I'm listening to one that I have never heard before. It's the Mario Kart World soundtrack. We're doing the whole thing in one shot. Let's go, rock and roll, starting us off with the main theme. Let's do it. Was it Mario in the middle of that? And a play on it. Oh, this is sick. This is so sick. This is so good. And that's a Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart theme right there. Oh, come on, guitar. Oh my goodness, what an incredible way to start this off. I said in the last stream, I did not know how on earth Mario World was going to take the music to the next level from the Super Mario, I believe it was 8 Deluxe. Like, how do you take that to the next level? Well, I mean, we just heard how you took it to the next level. And if you go back and watch that stream, I said multiple times, I have no idea how they're gonna level this up. They just brought it to the next level. One thing I want to point out to you here, this is really cool chord progression here we heard at the end, like the B section. We had the 1 to the flat 7 to the 4, to me the flat 3 to the 4, which is really cool because it creates this plagal, P-L-A-G-A-L, plagal relationship between this 4 and this 1. It doesn't have a, kind of classical dominant area turnaround. No indeed, sir. We have a 4 to a 1. Anytime we have a 4 going to a 1, that's going to be a plagal relationship. And in this case, yeah, calling it a cadence. Sometimes people say a cadence needs to end in the last measure. For me, when a chord progression loops around and it goes 4 back to 1, I'm going to call that a plagal cadence. All right, let's keep cooking to the next one, which is going to be... Oh, that was a really cool super. Was that a super mushroom or a one up? I think that was a super mushroom sound right there at the end. Now we're in the key of C major for this one, going between 1 and a 4/7, back and forth. That is what we heard in the Mushroom Cup in terms of the harmony. Let's go to this next one. I see we're starting it off like cool and slow. Come on, guitar. Ah, absolutely fantastic. Now, some things to note here. It starts off with the same chord progression we heard in the Mushroom Cup, same key as well. We have that 1 to that 4/7, and then in that sort of B section area, well, I'm calling it a B section, that might have been a C section. Lord knows I don't remember, but point is, we're in the key of C. Then it goes to the flat 3, then to the 4, then back to the 1. Which is actually calling back to the main theme, which is why I took the time to write down the harmony of that part from the main theme. It's because I knew in the future at some point we'd hear it. No, I didn't. I'm not psychic. That's okay though. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, this is so good. Oh man, what piece of music, what song is that from? So good. Oh my goodness. You know, that's one of those pieces where I'm like, the harmony, for the most part, more complex than I think I'm gonna grab right now, just listen to it one time, but I will tell you, that's amazing. That's a piece of music I'm gonna listen to on my own time. I love that kind of music. It's kind of like modern funk fusion stuff going on with like these ba-da, ba-da-da-dow, ba-da, ba-da-da-dow. And like, that really reminds me of a pop song, and it's like on the tip of my brain and I can't quite remember it. If you can think of the pop song that I'm thinking of that has that, I think it's from like the 70s or the 80s. Keep rocking and rolling. All right, let's keep doing this thing. We're going to move on to... Oh, that is so cool. This piece is so cool. Now up a half step. Why not? Oh, we're back to D. And then it jumps up. All right, we're looping now. All right, so let's talk about this. This is so unbelievably cool. So I'm gonna start from the B section where it goes. Well, the A section really is just D, to be clear. So the A section, it's basically just a D chord the whole way through. So it's like just a 1. And then it does the Mario Victory chord progression. It does a flat 6 to a flat 7. And then it goes to the next section. So here's our A. Yeah, I'm going to call this our B. It's like a transition. You might consider it to be part of the A. That's okay. We can still be friends. And you might also be able to persuade me that it's also part of the A. And then we go to the C section, aka like the chorus. And here we have a 1 to flat 7 to flat 3 to 4. And again, we're seeing this flat 3 to 4 show up in a chord progression. This is bringing us all the way back to the main theme. As we saw for the main theme, it was 1 flat 7 flat 3 4. We're seeing again here 1 flat 7 flat 3 4. It's the same progression as the main theme showing up here in Whistlestop Summit. Interesting stuff. Wait, these have endings, not loops. All right, so we're going to make a compromise in this case. The compromise we're going to make is we're not going to listen to the prelude because that's going to be part of the main thing. That's getting us the loop, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, so prelude is different? Well, come on now. All right, we're listening to prelude. Okay. All right, now we're going to go on to DK Spaceport. Before we check out DK Spaceport, I want to give a shout out and thank you to TZ Gaming for organizing the playlist for today. You can find the link to the full playlist in the video description. All right, let's check out this next one, DK Spaceport. This reminds me of the SNES, like loading screen. Didn't it also show up in another generation? Okay. Something I really enjoyed was, it looked like maybe lap 5 or section 5, where it starts off with this. And then it like goes up a minor third. And then, not to be outdone, this bluesy classic R&B, precursor, sunshine on a cloudy day, My Girl Temptations looking bass line, then goes to the key of E, but changes what it does entirely. It goes to the best I could hear, then up again a minor third, which, by the way, is absolutely insane and crazy, because the typical way you'd hear this bass line, and again, this is like, you can hear this in blues, you can hear this in like 60s pop, things of that nature, is we have, here's the pattern. If we think about the first note as 1, we're gonna have a 1. We're gonna have a 3, a 5, a 6, and then a 5. Now, the difference is when I said, and then it changed and went to E and went, if I'm hearing that correct, is 1, 2, 3, 5, 3, which, by the way, is not a pattern I believe I've heard before in this type of context. Really, really cool, and created a very interesting foundation for everything that happened on top of it. All right, let's keep going with the next one. Well, that was fun. I believe we've heard this too. We have heard this before. Yeah, Desert Flats. I'm gonna redo the layout here. Can't see the title. Sorry guys, the page is dynamically moving. Awesome. Let's keep it going. Wow, absolutely delightful. Now, the sound we heard there was not a traditional sitar. No, indeed. That's a synth sitar. If you're going, how do you know it's a synth sitar? If you're willing to not click off of this stream for 30 seconds while I set up a synth sitar sound, I will show you. Type a 2 in the chat if you're committed to not leaving. If I literally duck out of frame for 30 seconds to get you a synth guitar sound, type a 2 in the chat. All right, so I am, my goodness. All right, you got it. Here we go. Oh, surprise, I got it already. See, same sound. Check that out. Oh, we're a little out of tune there. There you go. That's that synth guitar sound right there. How cool is that? So that's actually, you can do that with a guitar. You can also do that with some VSTs, but it's not an actual sitar, and that's how you get that sound. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling to the next one. Oh, I know this one. Ah. Oh! Wow. Super cool. By the way, type a 2 in the chat if you can hear the guitar okay and the guitar's not overpowering. Every once in a while, a song comes along. I want to play along with it. Like the harmony's pretty, like a fastball down the middle like that one was. I want to play along with it and have some fun. So again, let me know in the chat if you can hear the guitar okay. All right, let's keep it going. With Airship Fortress. Hit it! Is this what we heard in Galaxy? Wow, wow, wow. Airship Fortress. Really, really interesting stuff going on there. So it starts off with this. One flat to idea, but when it goes into the actual theme of the melody, it goes to 2, not flat 2. Wow, and then the last time, we get that flat 3, back to one of that flat 3, 4, that's the last 2 chords of the chord progression from the main theme. So that's actually a callback to our main theme of this OST. Let's keep it cooking to Star Cup intros. Cool stuff. Oh, you know, man, I don't know if you've ever had contact with a person in your life who says video game music ain't real music, but man, have them listen to this OST. Then it's like, they do these taste tests. They get like, they get like a can of Pepsi, a can of Coke, and like people go back and forth like, which one's better? Blind taste tests. Like, for real, sit someone down, have them listen to Mozart, have them listen to Bach, and then have them listen to this and be like, okay, which one did you prefer? And I will tell you that the modern listener, my guess would be, the modern listener, 8 times out of 10 is gonna prefer something like this. So like, oh yeah, it's catchy, it's fun. Classical music, it's, it sounds like classical music. I'm not knocking classical music. I love classical music. The point I'm making, quite simply, is that if you just don't know what video game music, like, man, who was I talking to the other day? I was literally talking to someone who's gonna sign up for one of my programs, and they were like, yeah, well, I just don't think I wanna just create, buzzy 8-bit music my whole life. And I was like, what? You think the only thing that video game music is buzzy 8-bit music? I mean, that's part of it, and that stuff's great, don't get me wrong. But oh my goodness, listen to this OST, it's incredible. Plus, here's the real kicker. You wanna know the real kicker? This is the real kicker. The real kicker is that when you listen to modern pop music, 90% of the lyrics are all about dysfunctional attachment styles that actually are gonna reinforce a worldview that's gonna cause you pain in the short term and the long term. And so, you wanna know what kind of music my children will be listening to when I have kids? I'll tell you, it's gonna be classical music, it's gonna be classic pop music, and it's gonna be video game music. I'm gonna tell you right now, because there's nothing other than joy, an incredible adventure, and a world of imagination in video game music. Now, if you're a gamer, you wanna create your own music, like I said, I've got my own program. It's called the Gamer Music Creator Guild. You get the free video game music starter pack. It's in the pinned comments in the description. Go, click that, and let's rock and roll. Get started composing some music for yourself. All right, let's keep it going. Wow, absolutely gorgeous. Now, I just want to clarify one thing. I had about 2 minutes and 40 seconds to think on what I just said before I listened to this track. I want to clarify, I love pop music. Don't get me wrong. It's when you have an overrepresentation of, and if you don't know what attachment styles are, do yourself a favor, look this up. This will change your life. You have dysfunctional attachment styles being represented. And by the way, that's also because, you know, what's one of the things that causes someone to want to seek the significance of being a pop artist is likely they've got some dysfunctional attachment styles. Speaking as someone who used to try to be a pop artist. So I'm not pointing any fingers other than at myself. So it's like, I got nothing against pop music, but if you're going to perpetuate a worldview that is all based around dysfunctional attachment styles for little kiddos that are listening to it, who, by the way, are in a hypnotic state of mind, did you know? By the way, look up the actual brainwave frequencies of like kids as they mature. You're in a hypnotic state when you're a kid. Like what you're exposed to, you are hypnotized into believing is true. And you're hypnotized into seeing the world that way. It's wild stuff. All right, let's keep it going.
This OST is so good. Hit it, baby!
We haven't heard that one since, I believe, Mario Kart Tour. We might have heard that also in the last one. We're going to go straight to Wario Shipyard.
And these intros are so cool.
All right, now drop it.
Disco style, maybe? Not what I was expecting. Oh, come on. Yes, I simply must go back to Ibiza sometime soon. Have you been to Ibiza? You know you've been to Ibiza if you said Ibiza. I haven't actually been, but that was a lot of fun. I gotta say, that's one of the first tracks on the first races that I ever played on the Super Mario Kart on the SNES, which is still at my parents' house, and it still works, and I still treasure the moments that I get with it when I get to go home and play it. They said, hey, take it with you. I said, no, you don't understand. This is precious to me. If I'm around you guys and I'm playing this, it's like I'm a kid again. It's incredible. All right, let's keep it cooking to the next one.
I just feel like I've heard that before. I've never heard that before. Maybe that's just like such a good theme. You know, sometimes people write such good melodies and such good themes. You're so sure you've heard them before because they make so much sense. You're like, how could someone have not written that melody before? How could someone have not written that melody? That's such a good melody. How could someone have not written that before? It's so good. It's so good. What makes it so good? It's catchy, it's perfect, it gives me, I know it says Faraway Oasis, but for me it's more like a Pirates of the Caribbean type thing. Yeah, so good. All right, let's check it out, the next one. Peach Stadium. Just in time to finish breakfast, we had Peach Stadium, absolutely delightful. Elements of almost like Mario Galaxy in there. Also, a little bit of the Sundae Raceway we just listened to from Mario Kart Tour. Those types of vibes. Absolutely incredible. I'm loving this. Also, I want to celebrate with you because we're about 1/16th of the way through this stream and through this OST. Claps to everyone. Well done, everyone, for making it about 1/16th of the way through. You're doing fantastic. And a quick reminder for you, because it's going to be a long stream, make sure your headphone volume is turned down enough that you could have a conversation with someone and clearly hear what they say from across the room while also listening. So don't have your music turned up so loud that you can't hear if someone's talking to you. And if you're saying, well, look, I've got noise canceling headphones, we'll turn the noise canceling off, then see if you could hear what someone says, then put the noise canceling back on. Make sure you're not gonna blow your ears out. This is gonna be a long stream, this is gonna be a long listening session. Keep your volume at a decent level. And if you've been listening loud and now you're turning it down, you're going, well, it's not having the same emotional impact. Yeah, I know, but like, save your hearing, because we don't have any technology as of right now to get your hearing back. Once you lose it, you lose it. So let's not lose it, shall we? Great. Type a 3 in the chat if you're committed to preserving your hearing as we rock and roll through this OST, and that you're gonna make sure your volume is such that you can have a conversation with someone. With it, like, my headphones are such that I can hear my guitar notes while the music's playing. It's a very low volume. All right, let's keep it going. Delightful. Ah. Absolutely gorgeous. All based around a 1/4 groove with a 1/2 4. Also, either I'm ludicrously out of tune, or they're playing in non-A440 tuning. And whenever someone gives you 2 options to pick from, remember, you always have 5 choices. So if someone says you want option A or option B, here's your 5 choices. Option A is number 1. Option B is number 2. Both is number 3. Neither is number 4. And 5 is something else. And I like to reverse it, or rather, I say something else, both, neither, and then I'll consider both. Don't let people force you to think in the way that they're thinking. And when people offer you two choices, that's them offering you the opportunity to think the way they're thinking. Don't think the way people are thinking. Think the way you think. I mean, empathize with them. Think through see their worldview, but don't allow their framing and understanding of the world to block you into a choice that only they can see and stop you from using your creativity from the choices that you can see. It's how I like to live. All right. What? What? Excuse me. Salty Speedway, a continuation of Peach Beach, if you will, in the same key, different time signature, sure. Starts off with this 1 to flat 7 situation where this is really, it's more of a D5 to a C. Technically, you would call this a C sus2, but really the 2 is voiced up in the 9th relative to the first instance of the root. And then some really, really delightful things going on, including what sounded to me like a minor 4, 5, flat 7 back to 1, and then in the like B section, it goes G, and it was either a 3 or a 1 in first version, to 2, to 5, to 6. Interesting. Somewhat of a deceptive cadence there. Now, why do I say somewhat of a deceptive cadence? Well, the reason why I say that's somewhat of a deceptive cadence and not really a deceptive cadence, I say, I thought it was going to go to 1, so it deceived me. Yeah, well, me too. But here's the thing. If we have a 2, 5, that then goes to 6. Here's the thing. 6 is still going to be our tonic area. So we're still doing a subdominant, dominant to tonic like area movement in the music. So you can call it deceptive, but it's still going to 6, and that's going to be minor 6. And the reason why 6 is tonic area is if we look at the notes of the chord of a D major, D is going to be the 1, and we are indeed in the key of D. Where's my OBS screen? There it is. Boom, how about that? All right, so the notes in the D major are going to be D, F, and A. Now the notes in 6, which is going to be B minor, are going to be B, D, and F sharp. So because they share 2 of the same note, the F sharp and the D, we're going to use these interchangeably to serve the tonic function in the music. That's why I said it's deceptive, but it's not that deceptive because it's still doing a subdominant dominant move, bringing us to the tonic area. Aaron the musician, 3894 asks, what is a cadence? Now, this is an interesting question. So typically when people talk about cadences, they're talking about the movement between some type of tension to some type of resolution. And indeed, subdominant, dominant, we can think of this as being fundamentally tension. And then we can fundamentally think about the tonic areas being resolution. Now, here's the thing, though, is that once we consider tension and resolution this way, there's actually 3 different ways that we can have a cadence. And then there's a multitude of combinations and permutations of these 3 different ways that come together. So the first way we can have a cadence is we can have a rhythmic cadence. So a rhythmic cadence goes from syncopated to non-syncopated. Now, a melodic cadence, if we take a melody by itself, is going to go from adventure tones to home tones. Syncopated meaning it's going to be it's not going to be a rhythm we expect. It's going to break the expected pattern of the rhythm, going to the expected pattern of the rhythm. That creates tension to resolution. Now, adventure tones in a major scale is going to be your 2, 4, 6, and 7. And your home tones, which are major scale, are going to be 1, 3, and 5. Whenever we do that, that would be tension to resolution, create a melodic cadence, thusly. And then finally, a harmonic cadence. And these, by the way, are very basic ways of doing it. This is very high level. I mean, you can, high level is in high level overview, not high level is in heady. And then we can think about a harmonic cadence as being, any type of tension, which could include subdominant area chords, also known as predominant, I still call them subdominant, or dominant area chords leading us to tonic area chords. But again, that's a very simple view of it. And, for my money, as soon as we step outside of the classical music, world, and we really consider the modern musical context and applications of all these different things, the term cadence becomes so much more broad. And it's even like I talked about at the beginning of the stream, the 4-to-1, I'm calling that a plagal cadence, right? This 4-to-1, I'm calling that a cadence. And don't fight me. But if you disagree with me, let me know, and we'll talk about it. But there you go. All right. Let's keep rocking and rolling. Anna Makes Music says, how did he immediately play the chords on his guitar? I can't even hear more than one note in a DAW. All right, here's how I played the notes on the chord. Number 1 was music theory. Number 2 was ear training. Ear training is when you can hear music theory and recognize music theory in music that you hear, right? So music theory, this is the patterns of music. Right, so you increase your pattern recognition. Ear training is when you can hear, here's a little ear, this is an ear. You can hear the patterns. And then number 3 would be guitar skills. Is how I was able to play it on the guitar. But I don't need to do this on the guitar. I do this in the DAW all the time, like when I'm composing or remixing something, or, I've created OSTs for video games. And when I do that, I'm using music theory and ear, not just for figuring out reference tracks developers send me, but also for figuring out what am I hearing, what do I want and then rocking and rolling from there. Now, again, if you're a composer and you want to create your own music, or you're not a composer yet, you wouldn't dream of calling yourself a composer, but you still want to make your own music. And if you're just someone who's been thinking about making your own music, I have a free starter pack. It's in the pinned comment, it's in the chat, it's in the description. Go click that link, get the free starter pack, and if you're serious about taking your music to the next level, whether you just want to do it for yourself, you don't want to release it, or if you want to get out on Spotify, YouTube Music, Apple Music, or if you also want to get it into video games, there's going to be a page on the next thing after you get the free starter pack with a calendar. You can book a time to talk with someone from my team about you getting started and actually partnering with me, so I will personally help you take your music to the next level. All right, let's keep rocking with the next one. All right, drop that beat, yo. A little brass with that reminds me of Ark. Wow, so Dino Dino Jungle playing around really with two chords in the key of F major, the 1, and the flat 7. By a couple different names. Like that. Also. Awesome. And that's me generously paraphrasing there. And let's keep rocking to the next one, which is going to be the great Block Ruins.
Oh my goodness. Hold on, I'm not done writing. Not done writing. Okay, the 1 over a flat 7 to the 4 to the 5 with something going on in there. All right, so what did we just listen to? Great block ruins the question block. All right, so we have the 1 to flat 7 up in that intro part. And then it goes to the A, 1 to the flat 7 to the 4, to then, I think, yeah, it might be 4 with 5 in the bass. Which also then navigates the difference between having a true plagal, where it was, and I think that was actually correct. Let's go back and see that. Oh, yes! I got it right. Okay. Sweet. Cool beans. Yeah, that's a 4 with a 5 in the bass, aka its own 2, which still creates this 4-to-1 feeling, but yeah, and then it goes back to Juan. Really, really cool stuff. Which is also a really cool way where you can like let it go to the 5 in the melody, but then keep it in the 4 in the harmony, and that way you actually navigate not getting too, like, I call it 5 obvious. You're not too 5 obvious, right? You have the 5 note in the root. You're playing like 5 notes that relate to the 5 to the dominant in the harmony, in the melody, but then the harmony fundamentally you still have that 4. So it's navigating and creating the space between the plagal and then an actual, like, traditional, imperfect, authentic cadence. Really cool stuff. Hey, Norberto, Kip World, Brian, Bung, Evan, TZ Gaming Music, shout out. AMK 2005, Air Makes Mixes, and Nathan Lee. Shout out you guys. Let's keep it going to this next one, which is going to be Leaf Cup Intro. Oh, and that right there was the sound that it makes when you have the cape
in Super Mario World, and you jump. If I'm not mistaken, you do spin jump. That sounded like the chord we ended on. Now, up to that point, we had a 1 to a flat 2 to a flat 3, all major chords brought together. It might be the tail, yeah, indeed, because that was back in the OG Mario games, that was the tail. But I think they kept that sound also for the cape. If I'm not mistaken, yes, I know it's a leaf. I can clearly see it's a leaf. And yes, I have played, I think it was Super Mario Bros. 3, where you get the tail. I have played that, but also the cape. Hashtag Cape Crew Rise Up, which I think is something that people say. So let's do that. Put hashtag Cape Crew in the chat and we'll keep cooking. All right. Well, no, I know it's both because it's like the same power. All right, we're doing it. All right, now I have an interesting take on something that was just said in the chat, which is that it sounds like generic Japanese Mario music. Okay, generic Japanese Mario music. Do you know how much Mario music had to be created that was Japanese influence for you to be able to say that sentence? Let's think about that for a second. How wild is that? Think of it. All right, question for you. Only you know the answer. Let me know in the chat. How many pieces of music do you need to hear from one game franchise in one genre for you then to be able to hear another piece of music in that genre, in that franchise, and say it's just another generic one of those? Let me know what that number is for you in the chat. I am genuinely curious. Like, at what point do you go to be like, yeah, I mean, it's another...
because there's gonna be some point, right? Like if I listened to 5,000 pieces of Japanese, style Mario music, I bet you I'm gonna get to a point where I'll be like, yep, that's another one of those. Now this comes down to pattern recognition. 40 years worth, a bunch, was it 67? And then we had 1,342 songs, like 8 to 15. Now see, I'm not telling anyone anything. I'm genuinely curious. This isn't a lecture. This is curiosity. And then remember how many games it's shown up for me. 400 billion times, I guess. Okay. Interesting stuff. Yeah, no, Envy, 100%. I'm with you. Like, I'm not like saying that I'm agreeing with you, but like I am with you. I'm not knocking what you're saying. A lot, yeah, okay. Let me know what that number is. Think about it. Because I'll tell you, like for example, desert themes in this Mario series, like I'm kind of at a point where I'm like, yeah, another desert theme. And then when a desert theme comes up that was in like Super Mario 3D World, I think it was, and the desert theme was so different using different chords, I was like, oh my gosh, this is different chords in a desert theme. Wow. So if someone could count how many desert themes I've listened to in Mario, to think about all the games I've done, Rubberman 202 might be able to do it. How many desert themes have I heard in Mario? Because at this point, I'm hearing another desert theme in Mario, unless it's like radically different from like the desert meme sound. I'm not saying I'm going, yeah, another one, but I'm like, yeah, okay, a desert theme. That's because I'm spoiled. Now, to be clear, that's because I've got so much great Mario desert theme music, right? It's like, if all you eat every day is caviar and lobster, you're like, yeah, caviar, lobster again, but it's caviar and lobster. To be clear, I'm not knocking the quality. I'm just, it's human nature. This is 100% human nature. You get used to the most incredible quality of living. Our grandparents didn't have hot showers. I take a hot shower for granted. So it's got nothing to do with anyone in particular. It's got everything to do with human nature and the law of familiarity, where we start taking things for granted. I gotta say, here at Law of Familiarities Anonymous, hi, my name's Dan, and I have become a subject of the Law of Familiarity. Everyone says, hi, Dan. And then I say, well, it turns out that Mario desert music, unless they're doing something radically different, I just kind of feel like, yeah, I'm just so familiar with like this top tier AAA incredible desert music that at this point I'm like, yeah, it's another top tier AAA piece of desert music. And it's got nothing to do with the music, it's got everything to do with me as a human being. Incredible stuff. All right, 20 to 30. Yeah, 20 to 30. So, all right, so in about 20 to 30 desert themes, I hit my law of familiarity thing. Oh, Beancent03 in the chat. Everyone go check out Beancent's music on Spotify. That's Bencent. Beancent's music on Spotify. Beancent just dropped their third piece of music ever. Beancent, super cool. Shout out to Beancent, part of the Gamer Music Creator Guild. All right, let's go on to Dandelion Depths. Yeah, you're a desert music. I mean, it's in 4, but they're doing something wild with it. This is crazy. All right, we're gonna listen to this again. This is crazy. What is going on there? It almost feels like, yeah, 4/3. Alex Pies 1 says 4/3 polyrhythm. I almost agree, but not quite. All right, how do you know a 4/3 polyrhythm? It's pass the stinking butter, pass the stinking butter, pass the stinking butter, pass the stinking butter. That's how you know a 4/3 polyrhythm. Now, if I play a 4/3 with this, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't quite fit. It's like kind of like that for like the first, but it's not 4/3. It's like 4/3, but it's more of a 6/8, perhaps. Oh, my poor brain. Tresillo rhythm. Guys, I might learn something new today. Tresillo rhythm. I don't think that I have heard of a tresillo rhythm. Or if I have, I didn't look it up. Let's look up a tresillo rhythm. Tresillo rhythm. Well, no, that's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. That's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Yeah. Let's see. You guys should be able to hear this. All right, that's tresillo. Yeah, I don't know. Well, you stumped me. I'm not sure what that is, and it would take substantially longer for me to sit down and really cook out what that is. Take me at least 5, maybe even 10 maybe even 15 minutes to really dissect what's going on there. Most likely about 5. These kids taught me more than I taught them. All right, yeah, that's cool stuff. No, it's definitely in 4-4. It's just a question of what's going on inside that 4-4. A double Trisilla? I'll check that out. Wow. What a groove. I 100% dug that. Type a 2 in the chat if you dug that too. And if you're saying, I don't think I've ever dug anything before in my life, what I mean is, did you like that? Did you appreciate it? Did you see where it was coming from, empathize with it, and say, yes, I would like to come from that area too? We're just gonna keep going. All right. What a transition. Wow, that has got to be, at least for me, one of my top tracks of this OST so far. The Mexican flair going on with the groove and just the transition between those different parts. Oh, it's like all of a sudden we got those like mariachi style trumpet things going on there. I loved it. That was incredible. Someone order me some tacos and a quesadilla and some tortas and some guacamole and a burrito and a mole and, you know, all that good stuff. All right, let's keep it going. That was fun. Oh, we're gonna get Choco Mountain next? Sweet. Love Moo Moo Meadows. Can't wait till they hit it. Oh, man. Love that Moo Moo Meadows. That gets 2 moos of approval from me, and that is 2 out of 2 possible moos that can be awarded there. Now, you're saying, well, who are you to be handing out moos? Well, you know, I'm the guy running the stream, so I get to hand out the moos. These are the rules, and that's the only reason why. When you run your stream, you can hand out the moos the way you see fit. Now, what we heard here was pretty much fastball down the middle. Same idea as the Moo Moo Meadows we heard in the Mario Kart Wii. Same chord progression as far as I could tell. The one difference that we heard was in the prelude or the prelude. There we have actually started with this way. Just a 1 to a 5 to a 4 to a 1. Excuse me, a 1 to a 4 to a 5 to a 1 to a 5 to a 4. And lo, for I have written it on the tablet, the white tablet of truth and justice. It has been written on there. You can see that in the left-hand bottom corner of your screen. And that's 2 out of 2 moos. I don't know what you got. You guys are breaking the scale here. I see Bung Evan and TZ Game, you guys are rating it 1 moo out of 10. This is not how anything works. It is clearly 2 moos out of 2 moos. Under the oak rag, again, we've got a mutiny on our hands, people. This is officially a mutiny. All right, let's go to the next one. Wow, super fun times. That was an official heavy metal version of Choco Mountain. Absolutely unlike the Choco Mountain that I recall listening to back in the stream when we listened to Mario Kart 64. Let me know with your favorite shock emoji if that is different from the Choco Mountain you remember the last time you heard Choco Mountain. I thoroughly enjoyed that. One of my favorite parts was, again, the reworking of the prelude, which I feel like I'm going to be talking about more and more here because there's so many cool preludes that we have not heard in the other versions of these tracks and the different OSTs. Which, by the way, I played wrong the entire time, so, you know, that's okay. All right. Now, Adam W. asks a question. Do I like this rock version, the N64, the Mario Kart 8 folk version more? I'd have to listen to all three in a row, and then I'd be able to tell ya. Let's check out this next one, which is going to be Toad's Factory. Wow. Absolutely incredible. That's got to be my favorite version of Toad's Factory by far. I loved that. That was absolutely incredible. Now, someone in the chat said, wow, this is a great song. You must have a clapping disorder. No, the disorder I have is not remembering the piece of music's rhythm. As we rock and roll, shout out to Joseph Cortez in the chat, longtime supporter of this channel. let's keep cooking with this next one, which is Bowser's Castle. Let's do this. Are you locked in? You ready to go? Locked in with me? You ready, bro? If you're locked in and ready to go, say yes, I'm locked in, ready to go, bro. If you're locked in, ready to go, say yes, I'm locked in and I'm ready to go, bro. If you're locked in and you're ready to go, say yes, I'm locked in and I'm ready to go, bro. If you're locked in and you're ready to go, say yes, I'm locked in and I'm ready to go. Hey! That was like the start of Bowser fight, right? Wow, if you just entered a portal into another universe, if you just entered a portal into a different dimension while that piece of music was playing, type portal in the chat, because man, I was not here on this earthly plane, on this temporal abode. That was absolutely nuts, fantastic, incredible. Also, that has got to be the fastest Mario Kart track piece I have heard ever. At halftime, at the half speed, it was clocking it at 180 beats per minute approximately, which 180 times 2 is going to be, put it in the chat, 360 beats per minute approximately. That was clocking in at absolutely insanely fast. Insanely fast. That means at the halftime points, it was feeling like 180. Yeah, 360, fantastic. In other words, it was a song that made you want to turn around. Every time I hear a Bowser Castle theme, I want to turn around. Fire eyes. All right, let's check out this next one,
We made it to the special cup intro. Heads up and reminder, as we are now about 1/8 of the way through this OST, keep your headphone volume such that you could hear someone talk to you from a couple feet away so you're not blowing your eardrums out over this extended listening experience that we're having today. Turn your headphones down. All right, let's check out special cup intro. Wow. All right, before we go on, that special cup intro might be different than the other intro pieces we heard. If I'm not mistaken, we heard little bits of each piece we're about to hear in this one. And let's keep cooking on it. We're going to go to Acorn Heights. Then we're going to listen to Mario Circuit from Super Mario Kart. That's the SNES, if I'm not mistaken, which I'm so stoked to listen to. And then we're going to go to Rainbow Road. Don't cry when we get to Rainbow Road. And if you're wondering if you can rewatch this stream, if you happen to be joining us over on Twitch and you're wondering, hey, how can I rewatch the stream? It will be available on YouTube. All right, let's go to Acorn Heights. That's going to be music theory for gamers. All right, back to it. Acorn Heights. Let's do it. Let's start from the beginning. Clean start. Oh, smooth. Some are totally different. Yeah, guitar. Wow, absolutely delightful Acorn Heights. That was a smooth vibe, a smooth ride. Now, I see someone, requin, I don't think that's it. Anyway, says I never found out how to control the cape super well in Super Mario World. It's all about the thumb roll. Super Mario World, it's all about the thumb roll of the right thumb. It's all about that. All right, so you keep it down on the this button, then you roll onto the next one. Is how you do the whole thing. And if your hands don't hurt by the time you're done with the level, you're doing it wrong. All right, let's check out this next one, Mario Circuit. Yes. Dude, this prelude is about as long as the piece. Let's go. Here we go. Let's do it. I messed the rhythm up. I messed it up. Well, we'll get it next time. By next time, I mean next time. Hey, super, super delightful Mario Circuit callback to the SNES. Now, this next one coming in is Rainbow Road. Hold on to your hats. Here we go.
Come on. Wow. I have no words other than that was absolutely beautiful. You know, the reason I'm standing here right now, sharing this beautiful moment with you, is because I felt a calling in my heart when I was a kid to follow music. And I don't know what the calling in your heart is, but I'm here to tell you, follow that calling. Follow it. And if it changes, follow whatever it changes to be. It's worked out for me. I'm grateful for the life that I have. I'm not living in a mansion. I'm not driving Lamborghinis. I'm grateful for the life that I have. And it's because of this beautiful music and because we get to share this incredible music together. And it's the game music too, man. You know, there's this saying, there's no people like show people. There's no business like show business. There's no people like show people. And I got to tell you, there's no people like game people. Who are about serving, who are about contribution, who are about teamwork, about building something bigger than one person could do by themselves, about a vision, about bringing joy to others. And it's not about the individual. It's not about one person. It's about what can we do together to serve others, to help others, to bring joy to others. And I just want to let you know that I'm really grateful to be a game person with you. So it can be about us together listening to this incredible music that a whole bunch of people sat together thinking, hey, how can we make some awesome stuff for these people to listen to? We get to do it together. I'm super grateful for that. I'm super grateful to be here with you. Super grateful. All right. We're about 1/8 of the way through this OST, and it's not going to get listened to if I just sit here and cry all day. I don't know where my tissues are. Where my tissues go? There are my tissues. All right. Let's keep it going. Love this. Oh, this is so good. That sound right there, that's a Dave Sanborn sound. Come on, sax. So good. If it loops, tell me, guys. We got a lot of music to go through. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Let's listen to Chain Chomp Wheel from Mario Kart Wii. Awesome. Is that a loop or is that a different solo this time around? Wow, really cool. Chain Chomp Wheel. We're in the key of G major. We're here to start us off. Classic blues, 12 bars, fastball down the middle. Not something you hear in a Mario Kart every day. A lot of times we hear like we heard at the end of the B section, some types of difference in the turnaround, but no. to the 4. 1. Now in the B section, 5 of 6 to 6, 5 of 5 to 5, 5 of 6 to 6, 5 of 5 to 5, 5, flat 5, 4, 4, flat 5. And then something like that right at the end. Really cool chain chomp wheel. Let's check out Battle Stadium. If it loops, when it loops, let me know. We've heard this one too. Oh yeah, Mario Kart 8. Oh, come on, keyboard. And there we are at the loop. Absolutely delightful. We're going to go to the next one, which is Delfino Pier, not to be confused with the Dry Docks. And there we go. 3, 2, 1, go. I do believe that is looping now. There it is. Okay, we're gonna go to Thwomp Desert next. Heads up, if any of you are requesting extra bonus tracks be added to our already 16-hour-long stream, let's see what time it is when we're done with the stuff we've committed to doing already, and if we're all still here. Fair enough? Fair enough. All right, let's keep it going to Thwomp Desert. Oh, this is awesome. Wow. All right, we're now in the loop. I'll say that has got to be one of my favorite guitar solos of this entire OST so far. And we're only just about 3/16 of the way through this entire just Mario Kart world. Let's check out Battle Course from Double Dash. Hashtag GameCube. Let's do it. Oh, yeah. All right, that's our loop. Let's keep going to Battle Course from 64. Ha! What a contrast, the piano to the guitar. It is close to Choco Mountain, it's true. And that sounds like it's the loop point for us. Make sure nothing else happens. Yeah, that's us looped right there. All right, let's check out the last battle course, which is going to be from Mario Kart DS. Sorry guys, here we go. Come on, bass. right, we're looping now. Absolutely fun. Type a B in the chat if you enjoyed these battle tracks from Mario Kart World. Right now, we're gonna take a quick break. Just kidding. We're gonna go straight into the title screen fusion version from Super Mario Kart, and we're now in the free roam area where the tracks don't loop. Let's do it. Oh, yes. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, so good. Wow. Now, I saw a question in the chat, is this samba? No, my friend, this is called fusion. Fusion, really, which you can go back and look at, artists like Hellborg, Lane, and Sipe. You can go look at, like, Alan Holdsworth. You can even go look at some more modern cases like Dennis Chambers, Victor Wooten, Greg Howe. Fusion, it combines usually virtuosic playing with like sometimes as complex harmony as jazz, but sometimes a simplified harmony from jazz. Usually a rock guitar. Sometimes you can get clean guitar in there too. But it's like this fusion, if you will, of different music genres that you can kind of add anything into the soup. So that be a fusion. Sometimes called funk fusion, sometimes called jazz fusion, sometimes just called fusion. And if you say fusion too many times, then you start listening to it and it loses all meaning, going fusion, fusion. And then you think about the zh sound that you're making there, and you're like, how did humans figure out the zh sound? Fusion, fusion. And then you realize that there's actually a diphthong in there. There's an EU, the fusion, 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 pineapple, pumpernickel, hemorrhage. All of a sudden the Manchurian candidates are triggered and they, okay. Next. news. No, don't do it with news. Fusion. Sick. Wow, absolutely incredible. Now, I saw a question in the chat, which is, what's the difference between jazz and Latin jazz? Well, jazz is the umbrella for everything that comes underneath it, which would be something like Latin jazz or modal jazz or bebop, which would be a type of jazz. You've got, I mean, every type of jazz you could say. Any word you want to combine, jazz fusion. You're going to have a, you know, it's going to be a type of jazz. So there you go. Let's keep rocking and rolling with a fusion of tracks. And of course, Jazzy Jazz. Don't forget the Jazzy Jazz. Shout out and thank you to Frizzy Shane. For the setup on that one, do not forget the Jazzy Jazz. Because if Jazzy Jazz feels left out, you will be hearing from Jazzy Jazz and all of Jazzy Jazz's friends. It's kind of like a fusion of inputs coming at you. All right, let's check out this next one. Donut Plains. Donut. Donut, donut. Donut, donut, donut. Donut, donut. Yeah, come on, guitar. Oh, and Homer eats the Halo rings. That's good. Love that clean guitar sound. Wow, donut planes sound absolutely incredible. Now, I gotta tell you a story about my friend named John who wanted some cookies from John's mom. So John went to John's mom and he said, "Mom, can I have some cookies?" She said, "No." John went back to his mom again a second and said, "Mom, can I have some cookies?" John's mom said, "John, no." Finally, John goes to his mom a third time and says, "Mom, I've taken out the trash. I've mowed the yard. I know I'm only 5 years old, but man, I figured it out. I went out there with a pair of scissors. I mowed the yard. Can I have some cookies?" And she said, "Yes, sure. But you can only have a few, John." Okay. Let's check out this next one, which is going to be Ghost Valley. Oh, I love it. I love this remix. Whole tone guitar solo, let's go. Okay, so let's talk about what's actually getting us part of that haunted sound in Ghost Valley. And part of the haunted sound is not all of it, but part of it is use of the whole tone scale. So how does a whole tone scale work? Well, there are 12 notes in all of music. 11 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a fusion in a pear tree. Now, these 12 notes of music, count them, 12. 12 notes of music. On the 12 notes of music, my true love gave to me a fusion. Jazzy time tree. Okay, anyway. So we got 12 notes. All right, 12 notes. And basically we got 7 letters, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And then between all except B and C and E and F, we have a D sharp or E flat. So we got like an in-betweener note.
which is kind of like a fusion, if you will, between, so a D sharp and E flat. It's like the midpoint between D and E, which you could call a fusion of D and E. All right, now back to it. 12 notes. 12 notes of music. So what a whole tone scale is, it's always going to skip the neighbor. So if we start on A, we're going to skip to B. We're going to skip C. We're going to go to C sharp or D flat. We're going to skip D. We're going to D sharp or E flat. We're going to skip E. We're going to go to F. We're going to skip F sharp or G flat. We're going to G, and then we go back to A. Now, interestingly, you actually have a second way of slicing this one. So that created 6 notes. Now, you can actually get a second 6-note whole tone scale by starting with the fusion of A and B, which is A sharp or B flat. Then we're going to skip B, we're going to go straight to C. We're going to skip C sharp, D flat, go to D. Skip D sharp or D flat, go to E, go to F sharp or G flat, go to G sharp or A flat, and then we are back to A sharp or B flat, which get us our second whole tone scale. And W is for whole tone. W, of course, also stands for fusion. Speaking of which, it's 10:20, which means I am only 9 minutes away from drinking some more water. Indeed, I'm going to infusion myself with some H to the Izzle to the O. Yo. All right, let's keep it going to the next one, which is going to be... That choir's crazy. Come on, guitar. Wow. What an incredible reworking of Bowser's Castle from the SNES soundtrack. Now, remember I was telling you that story about John who got cookies from his mom? And she told him, yes, you can have a fusion. Well, 2 years later, John decided to take up dirt biking, and not just any type of dirt biking. It was the motorized kind of dirt biking. I believe they call that motocross, the kids do these days. And John gets on a motocross, and he's doing these jumps. And the jumps get bigger and bigger. And finally, he gets up to the point where he's actually competing with jumps. And, he goes off the motorbike, he wiggles his legs in the air, and then lands back on the motorbike. And everyone's very impressed. And he's, getting endorsement deals and everything. Now, he's going to go set a world record. And he invites his mother, obviously, to the world record setting. And so she sits down in this big stadium. Normally it's for basketball. It holds, 50,000 people, 60,000 people, and it's packed to the brim. And John's there, and he's gonna jump this motorbike across 12 Danish school buses. You're saying, what do you mean 12 Danish school buses? These are no regular school buses. These are school buses taken from Denmark, brought to the United States, lined up all in a row. These are Danish school buses. And he's got to jump this motocross bike over these Danish school buses. Now, as John goes, he's gonna do it. This is for the world record in distance jumping in motocross across Danish buses. No one's ever done this before. He's gonna get a Guinness Book of World Records. The Guinness World Record people are there. The judges are there. They've got like 5 of them. It's incredible. The whole thing is set up. He goes right down the ramp. He's going. Boom, he takes off. He's flying. He lands. His mother grabs her pearls and says, "Phew, John, he made it." Ha! Okay, let's keep going. Aaron, don't give me ideas, buddy. Okay, so a samba and a bossa nova, not actually in 4/4. Though people count them in 4/4, people think they're playing in 4/4. Really, if you're doing a bossa nova right, as far as my understanding, this was told me by a Brazilian musician who I have no reason to believe was lying to me, and one he explained to me made a lot of sense to me, and maybe it'll make sense to you too. That a bossa nova and a samba, which for a samba, I'm just gonna say for the purposes of this conversation, is a sped up bossa nova, is actually in 2/4. It's not in 4/4. Why is that? Well, I was reminded of that fact by listening to this piece of music. And if you listen, if you got headphones on, it's gonna be the drum that's in your right ear. There. Right, so bum, bum. So we think of this as being, let's go, 1, 2, 3, but it's not, it's 1, 2, 1, 2. And it's just high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low. That actually, it's grouping of 2, it is not a grouping of 4. Now, obviously, if you do 2 groups of 2 together in a row, 2 plus 2 is going to equal, and I'm hanging out with a bunch of geniuses. Let's get a fusion of all our mental faculties here, and we'll know that 2 plus 2 is in fact going to equal, shorty got 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4.
Okay, well, let's check out this next one. Bossa Nova version. Bet she's gonna be slow. Let's actually compare the tempo. Alright, this one's about 138. Let's check out the bossa. Yeah, about 94, 96. It is water time. Thank you, Uriah. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate you. Yeah, guitar. Gorgeous. Oh, yes. Oh, this is gorgeous. That was a reharmonization. Come on, guitar. Wow. What a gorgeous and soft rendition of Koopa Beach with just acoustic guitar and percussion. Nothing else in there at all that I could hear. That might just be a cajon and some shakers and a nylon string. Might actually be the same player doing the chords and then the actual melody there. Absolutely gorgeous and tasteful. And now for something completely different. A man with 3 vanilla lakes. This is like Anita Baker Vanilla Lake. Yeah, baby. Yes, guitar. Absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. You know, I think what's interesting too is like we're listening to this OST and it's like we're actually re-listening to every single OST you've listened to this entire series. Now, before we go on to the next one, I actually forgot to tell you a story about this man named Jean-Paul. Now, Jean-Paul lived in Paris. Oh, baguette fromage. Il habitait à Paris dans le 19e dans le 19e. Dans le 41e. Dans le 53e. Okay, so Jean-Paul lived in Paris dans le 53e. Shout out to all my Frenches. And now Jean-Paul, unfortunately, one day he was going down to the subway in the middle of the night and he got mugged. Now this taught him a very valuable lesson, that he needed to learn some self-defense. So he went and he was like, all right, well, I need to learn a couple things. Number one, I need to learn jiu-jitsu for if the fight goes to the ground. I probably need to learn some Muay Thai for standing, right? Some striking, some grappling. And so he shows up to this dojo where he's supposed to learn his first grappling class. And he introduces himself and he says, hey, my name is Jean-Paul. Is today the day that we're going to be learning grappling? And the instructor says, oh no, actually, today is all about Kung Fu, Jean-Paul, and you have to come back tomorrow if you want the grappling. Now we're going to keep going to the next one, which is Rainbow Road. Oh, we're gonna listen to this. It's like Chaka Khan Rainbow Road. Absolutely delightful Rainbow Road. Now, I saw a question in the chat, and the question in the chat was, how do you like these remastered tracks? And I do like them, but I do want to clarify that it's not the mastering that's making these sounds so different. No, indeed. In fact, there's 4 things that go into creating and releasing professional quality music, including professional quality video game music. I call this, in my world, the 4M composition protocol, the 4M video game music composition protocol, if you want to call it by its full name. Now, the reason it's called 4Ms is because there are 4 Ms for how we create music. The first M is make, the second is mix, the third is master, and the fourth is market. Now, what's making these sound different is actually all 3 of the first Ms. It's not just mastering. So we hear something different at the level of make. It's the same composition, but it is getting rearranged. We're getting a different arrangement of the composition. Then that arrangement is getting a new mix. It's also getting a new master. Now, to understand more what the make, mix, master, and market 4M composition protocol really is, this right here, make, this is like we're baking cookies, okay? We're gonna get our flour, our sugar, our water, and I know you're saying, but those all look like circles. Yeah, okay, roll with me. It's that you use your imagination. You can do it. Conjure up an image. Picture, you will. Dig, if you will, a picture of these being water, sugar, and flour. Okay, then mix is we're going to decide how much of each one of these we're going to put in to the bowl, right? So we know we have all the ingredients that we're picking from arranging. Composing, this is like we're picking what type of cookie. We're saying, okay, we're going to chocolate chip cookie. Arranging is how we're going to create the chocolate chip cookie, right? So we get all the ingredients. Then we put all the ingredients together in a bowl and we mix it. We decide how much of each goes in. That's going to be mixing. And then mastering is they've got to go into the oven. So here's the oven. Here's a little flame. Yep, it's a flame. If anyone asks, it's a flame. All right, and the cookies get cooked. And then finally, when the cookies are cooked, right, here's a cooked cookie. Again, use your imagination. Then we go out and market it and sell it, for example, in this video game. Now, if you want to create your own music using any part of this 4M video game composition protocol, I've got a free starter pack for you. It's pinned in the chat. It's also in the video description. Go ahead, click on that, grab that. It's free from me to you, my gift to you, so you can get started creating your own music. Or if you're already creating your music, so you can get unstuck, go to the next level. And even if you're not stuck, still go to the next level a whole lot faster. All right, so what's really making this different is we're changing the arrangement. It's getting rearranged and then also remixed and also remastered. It's not just the mastering that's creating the difference in the sound. All right, let's cook to the next one, which is going to be staff credits. Wow. All right, before we head into the remix, remaster, and rearrangement of Mario Kart 64, I just want to acknowledge the incredible, incredible music from the SNES. From my heart, absolutely, absolutely fantastic. Cannot wait to jump into this Mario Kart 64 versions here in this Mario Kart World soundtrack. Now, before we go any further, I'm going to take 2 seconds and just say something quick in French that's going to make sense to my francophones. And if you don't speak French, listen to the sounds I'm about to make. Donc, après, il a essayé de faire le jiu-jitsu. Jean-Paul, il est allé au boulanger et il a demandé au boulanger est-ce que je peux avoir deux petits pains au chocolat? Et le boulanger, il a dit bah, j'en sais pas. Je ne sais pas si j'ai assez pour vous vendre un petit pain au chocolat. C'est-à-dire, j'ai très peur. En anglais, on dit que c'est juste un few, Jean-Paul. Et alors, je vais les garder pour le lendemain. All right, let's keep it going to the next one. Title screen. That's that SNES motif. It's also
Oh, what's that jazz standard?
Take the A train. Whatever it is. Anyway. Yeah, absolutely delightful title screen. Now, what's really different this time around in the Mario Kart 64 soundtrack is the first time we heard it, the OG soundtrack was really groove-based. There wasn't a lot of melody going on. There was a lot of repetitive ideas. And now we're hearing, not repetitive in a bad way, but repetitive in a groove way. To be clear, repetitive doesn't mean bad, it just means it's repeating. Next up, we have Character Select. Baby. Oh my goodness. Wait, can you play all of the different races in this game? Or does it just play randomly? This is sick. Come on, guitar. Sick. Wow. Absolutely wow. That was one of the sickest clean guitar solos we've heard in this entire OST. Absolutely incredible. Let's keep it going with Moo Moo Farm. I am just loving getting to revisit these tracks with the rearrangements done here and the remixes done. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, wow, wow, wee, wow. Very nice. I like the Moo Moo Farm. You should see my Moo Moo Farm. She's very nice. Yeah, let's go. Wow, I officially rate that. As you know, the highest possible rating for any piece of music having to do with a cow in a Mario Kart soundtrack is 2 out of 2 moos. I can confidently rate that. Again, 2 out of 2 possible moos. Absolutely, absolutely delightful. Now it's time for Koopa, Troopa, Lapita the Scoba, shining like the sun. Some of you are like, man, I signed up to see a reaction to this music and to learn something. You're just singing ABBA covers at me.
What's even happening? Ah, well, ABBA, actually, interesting enough, we're actually going to see in this next Koopa Troopa Beach, I'm going to break down for you what's going on using the system ABBA used to get their name. What is that system? Well, it's about breaking the sections of music up, with the first one being A, the second one is B, third is C, and so on. And you can see throughout this OST, I've actually been labeling things. Ah, here it is. I brought my receipts. A and B section here. Let's see. Here, I labeled it as intro, and then an A section. Here, we did an intro section, which sometimes I'll just call the intro A, and sometimes I'll just call the intro. Here's an A, here's a B. And so if we have an A, oh, here's an A, B, and a C. See that right there? So if we have an A section, a B section, the B section repeats, then we go back to the A, that's going to be an A, B, B, A. Now, it's also used for how lyrics rhyme, which is likely really where ABBA got theirs from, is from rhyme schemes. So, like an A, B, B, A rhyme scheme, for example, would be like, I like fusion and my name is John. I don't care if you like my socks. In medieval times, people got the pox. And then I'll sing about fusion all day long. So we see John long. That has matching, I call it assonance. You call it, no, it's not. That's it's a matching vowel sound, but it's not the exact vowel sound. I forget the name of that. And then we have socks and pox, which are a exact match there. So that would be an A, B, B, A. And Huge the Heck says, do solos get composed or mostly improvised? These solos, I am 99% confident, are improvised. Or at the most, someone went and actually composed, someone went and improvised it, wrote it down, and then reworked it, and then composed it. So whether you'd call that composing or improvised, how you start it, right? So there you go. Il est fou, Jean. That's good, Q-Cube. All right, let's rock and roll here, guys. We are about 1/4 of the way through this OST. Oops, I typed 1/3. We're about 1/4 of the way through this OST. Make sure you keep your headphones turned down such that you can have a conversation with someone in the same room as you, so you're not blowing your eardrums out. All right, here we go, rock version. They don't know me, son. They don't know me, son. Yeah.
Huh. It's like Red Hot Chili Peppers. Okay, someone in the chat said, I don't understand really like why this is rock. Now I'm paraphrasing and simplifying what they said. Okay, why is this rock? So rock, much like jazz, has so many different subgenres of it, right? So you could consider the Red Hot Chili Peppers rock, which is very different from like the Eagles rock, which is different from the Beatles, which I would also call rock. Some people would call that pop. Yeah, I'd call some of it pop. Yeah, some of it rock. And then you have like Get Back, I'd call that rock. And Revolution, I'd call that rock. I'm not just gonna sit here and name Beatles tunes at you that I would call rock instead of pop. But the point remains that rock is such a, versus Foo Fighters rock, right? Very, very different in terms of the rock, but it's, genre is a construct that was created to sell people music. Genre was created, exactly, Queen, right, versus Queen, right? Versus Beach Boys. Genre was created to sell people more music. Genre was created by record labels to say, okay, if you like this, then you'll also like this because the sounds are similar. That's about as useful as genre is. Whenever I'm composing music, like I was composing music for a game called Medieval Legends, it's gonna be coming out soon, I'll put some videos out on it. But during the process of composing this, it was like we went and we looked at different pieces of music for inspiration that the developer liked, the developer wanted the soundtrack to sound like. So I'm listening to the tracks, I'm making music that is directionally like it. I'm not thinking about genre because the genre doesn't matter. It's like, am I headed directionally towards the sound that's needed here? And then am I also making it my own? So, yeah. All right, let's keep it cooking.
You're listening to Smooth Jazz on BMC1 with Dan.
Oh, it's so gorgeous. Is this similar to what it was like in... Didn't we hear this in Mario Kart 8? Remix of this? I might be misremembering. Yeah, come on, violin. Or banjo. Mandolin. Wow. Dude, do you know how much work it must have been to make this OST? Like, just the amount of man hours and the amount of, like, recording sessions. A lot of incredible musicians. Again, like we heard in 8 Deluxe. Let's check out Toad's Turnpike. They charged $80 for this game. I mean, I get it. All right, so that effect that you hear in the guitar is called a wah. Why is it called a wah? Because it goes wah, 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 wah. Kind of like that. Yeah, it's not quite as fun as without distortion. And that is how the wah sounds, so wah-ish. And what it's doing is it's rocking back and forth between taking some of the frequencies out and putting them back in. And that is how the wah works. Wario. Let's keep it going to Frappe Snowland Jazz Fusion version. Wow. You know, if you told me, like, if you asked me, what does the soundtrack for a $1 billion grossing game sound like? I don't know how much more it would sound like better than this. You know, I said I couldn't think of a better soundtrack than 8. I mean, this is pretty solid. You know, to say better is such a subjective term. But, like, high quality, varied, incredibly musicianship. How do you beat this, man? Absolutely wild. Let's check out the soul version. Oh, let's go. Y'all thought I couldn't play some jazz, Lex? I got news for you, babe. Anyway. Wow, super cool lick going on there. Harmonize. And then I kind of messed it up in the... That's going back to that idea of the, you know, the 3-chord motif we've heard throughout so many Mario games, including Mario Kart and mainline Mario series. All right, let's keep cooking with this next one, which is going to be Rainbow Road. what a fun version of Rainbow Road. And I added my own little touch to it along the way with just tons of respect and deference in my heart. When I play along with a track like this, it's out of love and out of joy. It's not out of disrespect for a composer, even though some people might think that. Might think, hey, look, you're playing over this, it's disrespectful. I actually see it very differently. I see it as like me loving it so much that I want to sing. It's my version of singing along in the car. You know, if you really love a piece of music, you're singing it in the shower, singing along in the car. When I play along with it, that's my version of singing along in the car. Sometimes I do it with my voice, sometimes I do it with the guitar. Both ways. Yeah, really, really fun. And now I remember the form and the chord progression for Rainbow Road, so let's go bring the next one. I'm gonna play along with that one too. All right, results screen, let's go. Wow. Now built into that is this, hold on. What is this? Really cool thing, then it goes to F, then it goes up to A flat, then it goes up to the B natural, then I think it was like D or G, and then we came back to that C. Absolutely funkadelic, awesome result screen. Now we're into Mario Kart Super Circuit. We have not heard this track in several weeks on this channel. If you're going, what do you mean several weeks? Yeah, I listened to every single Mario Kart soundtrack leading up to this very moment to prepare me for this moment. It's all led up to this. One man, one channel, tons of amazing people. Together, they are listening to Mario Kart Super Circuit. Again, for the second time. I think I've lost the plot on this, but that's okay. Mario Kart Super Circuit. Check it out. They don't know me, son. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, wow. I loved that ending. That was so cool. So cool. That was absolutely, absolutely incredible. Oh, so good. All right, let's go to Riverside Park. Mario Kart Super Circuit. They do not know me, son. Let's go. Oh, I did. I'll go back to Shy Guy Beach. Oh, now they're changing the rest. All right, well, the riff going. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing. That's a cool take on a bluesy riff. Now, I was being shy about listening to Shy Guy Beach, but I see that now is the time to listen to Shy Guy Beach. No, I'm not going to turn on autoplay or turn off autoplay. I'm going to leave it exactly as it is because I've done how many years of streaming with a setup where I have to pause things, and I'm not going to change that today. All right, here we go. Thank you. Okay, that came off a little harsh. I didn't mean it to. I was just thinking about the riff and talking at the same time. Thank you very much for your input. I really appreciate that. I'm going to leave the thing as it is only for the reason that I've been doing this like setup for years of the streaming thing. And if I start breaking that pattern now, it's gonna have a whole consequence of mental load downstream, even though it seems like it might be easier. All right, here we go. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Come on, guitar. It is Isn't She Lovely vibes, isn't it? Wow, absolutely incredible. The Shy Guy Beach, Isn't She Lovely? Made from love. Shabba-da-dabba-da-da. Ah. I know that's not Isn't She Lovely, but that is a Stevie Wonder tune. Anyway, someone in the chat asked, which is more versatile, the guitar or the piano? Depends. Do you have a computer on you, and can the piano plug into the computer for MIDI? If so, the piano. If not, the guitar. Come on, guitar. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Bowser's Castle. Now, I want to speak on something that's been in the chat here for a moment. I see some folks in the chat saying, hey, I don't like AI in my games, and I agree. I like my art AI free. Now, if you want to use AI to help check your spelling on something, it's faster than Google for looking stuff up. For me, sure. You know, you spell check, grammar check, punctuation check. Say, yeah, well, there's Grammarly that does that. Guess what they're using? It's a type of AI. Point is, AI art is theft, period, full stop. Why, do you ask? Because to create that AI art, it was trained on all existing art that was brought illegally into the models and then used to then generate different versions of stuff people have already made without crediting them as having trained the model to do it. For example, if two people sit down to write a song together, they will split the royalties of that song. Why? Because they both contributed to it. So if you create an AI piece of music based on David Bowie's estate should get some money from what you did. Now, I didn't understand this years ago. I actually posted a photo of an AI Pikachu on this channel like last year or a year and a half ago. I did not understand. I didn't know. I didn't understand how we got there. I was listening to the techno-futurists, these like techno-capitalist futurist people, you know, and I was going, oh yeah, this is incredible. Let's use this stuff. Which, by the way, for productivity, great. Will I use AI for productivity? Absolutely. Am I going to use it for making art? No. Do I want people using it to make art that I'm going to consume? No. No, I don't. And if you can have a bunch of human beings make a $1 billion with a B billion-dollar game, what do you need AI for? Yeah, and if AI stuff is not able to be copywritten, I mean, that's just Pandora's box.
you know, and I tell this to people in my Gamer Music Creator Guild. I'm like, hey, look, guys, I know there's a bunch of people in the headlines. Because if you go look at the news, do you know what it says in the news? AI's here to stay. Everyone's going to lose their jobs. Yep, up, 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 up. A lot of that's going to be true. No doubt. But do you know what no one in the news is talking about? No one in the news is saying, hey, there's this literally millions, hundreds of millions, if not billions of people alive right now who want nothing to do with AI art. No one's talking about that. And no one understands there's artists getting scared out of their minds that they're going to lose their job because they're looking at these headlines. And you have these, by the way, top-ranking YouTube channels spewing this, excuse my French, fear porn all over the internet. That it's like, it's the end of music. Everyone's got a video right now called It's the End of Music. No. No. Is it the end of sync licensing music for TV commercials? Probably. Is it the end of, music for, by the way, people who are born now, like 2-year-olds now, they're not going to care if it's AI or not, right? But we've got several generations of people alive who do care and will have nothing to do with it. So it's like there's specific use cases where for commercial application, the jobs are going to go away for artists. But everything else, including the game industry, is here to stay. And it's funded by people like you and me who want to support real people making real games that are real fun. And so my call to you is that when you see these big YouTube channels chasing views and monetizing fear, this is the same model that news organizations have used since time immemorial to get your attention. And now we have creators doing the same thing. Wittingly or unwittingly, it's the same thing. And I invite you to consider running in the other direction. Because fear is false evidence appearing real. Fear, false evidence appearing real. It's not real. Are people going to lose their jobs? Again, yes. Is there cause for concern? Yes. Is there cause for fear? Never. Fear is a choice. You can choose not to be afraid, and a way not to be afraid is to stop looking and listening to people who are afraid, because fear can be contagious. There's more to life than fear. There's more to life than a job. You can always get a different job. You say, oh, the job's gonna be used up. No. For uncreative, unresourceful people who have no impetus or desire to better themselves, yes, there may be a problem. But if you want to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, if you want to make something of your life, there is always, and I mean always, opportunity. It is my belief that you are divine consciousness manifested in physical form. There's nothing you cannot do. And don't let that little animal part of your brain that wants to chew on a little fear bone, wants to sit in a corner, chew on a fear bone, don't let that run your life. And don't let the people who are trying to make money off of you by monetizing your fear make that money. Take back your time, take back your focus, take back your life, and go do something that you want to do. But I don't really have too many thoughts on the subject, so we'll keep going.
Oh. What is that? Salt peanuts, salt peanuts. Gorgeous. Check out Ribbon Road. Wow, really cool. So we're on the 1, and then we go to the 4, back to the 1, and then what's that, Tim? Anyway, and then the B section is a D to a C, D to a C, and then we're back to the A. Take it to the bridge, take it to the A. Thank you, guys. It is lunchtime. We're going to go to Yoshi Desert. We're going to listen to Rainbow Road, and then we're going to eat some lunch. So one of the things that makes this desert meme different from other... What makes this desert meme different from other desert memes is that we recline at table, we eat greens dipped in salt water to remind us of the tears of our ancestors. And yes, if you know, you know. All right, so we have... Now for a desert meme, you might have a flat 2, which would sound more like this. Which to me actually sounds more like a desert meme. As opposed to... Wow, really cool. So the guitar from there. And then right at the end. So it's got this pedal D note. What's a pedal D note? Well, a pedal note pedal bass note is when we have one note like this, the D that stays in the lowest note, and then there's notes above it that change. So what are there notes above it that change? So we have a D and an A, then we have a C, oops, that should be a C, then we have a C and a G. So here's the D and the A, here's the D, the C, G and the C, and then we also heard a D, a G and a B, which creates a G major chord in second inversion. Cool stuff. All right, we've made it to Double Dash. Let's check it out.
Oh, bro, is there gonna be a melody? Oh, there is.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I'm gonna shred a solo on this.
What?
This is amazing. Dude, I thought I was gonna have like a little lunch break. I was like, yeah, baby park. I know, I've heard that one before. No big deal. No. Here's the thing. What I did not expect was a fusion of EDM sounds that we just heard right there. That was absolutely wild. That was so cool. Yeah, dude. Ah, love that one. You know, what I talked about in the last stream with that one was Go Go Power Rangers, which I still stand behind. Type PR in the chat if either you're from Puerto Rico and or you like the Power Rangers or grew up with the Power Rangers. That's going to be me. I'm going to type PR in the chat. Oh, look, I just did it. Look at that. All right, let's check out this next one, which is Sherbert Land. If you're not hearing Undertale, let me enlighten you. There. All right, now, right there. I'm playing it wrong. Thinking that's more like it. Yeah, Once Upon a Time from Undertale. Let's keep it going to the next one. Now, if you're wondering, well, hang on. Does that mean that's copyright infringement? No, it's not. Which one got made first, guys? I think that's Double Dash came out first, right? That's GameCube. That is before the era of the Fox. Now, you might be saying, well, could Nintendo sue Toby Fox for that? Maybe. But it's like, you know, you get so many melodies. By the way, thanks, Pharrell. You know, Pharrell kind of messed this up for us, but that's okay. We love him. He's a great producer. But like, yeah, it's close, but it's not exactly it. It's a different rhythm, similar notes. Yeah, it's close. I'm not saying they would sue him, guys. Come on, guitar. That's a sick red. Wow, loving that. I love that melody. Here it is. Rainbow Road. I love this melody. That's enough, that's okay. Come on, guitar. Alright, I just want to play that one time, just so I can get it. Gorgeous stuff. Let's keep it cooking. We're gonna do a quick remix here in a second. If it comes back around, we're gonna rewind it. Gorgeous guitar. Come on now. How about that? I don't always play the melody for the Mario Kart Double Dash Rainbow Road over chords that work for it, but when I do, there you go. Doff of the hat to you. All right, let's go to this next one. We're officially in DS land. Mario motif. you're not hearing the Mario, here it is. Ah. Catch you the next time. See, you can hear... Alright, so not that the remix is cool, but type an M in the chat if you can hear that Mario motif baked into the rhythm of what's going on here for Figure 8 Circuit. Oh, Yoshi Falls. Oh my gosh, I didn't even make the connection until I said don't make a joke. Gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Take me to the beach, yo.
Absolutely gorgeous. Keep it cooking. Come on, guitar. You know, how fire all of these soundtracks are, all these incredible covers, brings up a question for me. Here's my question. My question is, how many of these got made and didn't get included in the game? Think about it. We saw all these different remixes of different pieces in different styles and different genres. How many of those were made that didn't make the cut? You feel me? That's a thinker. That was incredible. Love that version of Luigi's Mansion. What's next is Delfino Square.
Wow. Absolutely delightful version of Delfino Square. Let's check out Waluigi Pinball Rock version. Then we've got a funk version. Let's check out both. Let's do this thing. Ah! I've got Chameleon in it. I'll play Chameleon over the funk version. You know what that's like too? No, no. Not Michael Jackson. Don't stop till you get enough. That's the one. All right. Let's keep it cooking to the next one. And this is like almost a rainbow bridge. It's gonna be a rainbow road, bro. It's like Rainbow Road. I'll show you the Rainbow Road in a second when it comes back around. If it comes back around. I'm messing up. Sorry, Solo. Check it out. Wasn't that? Let's do this. Here it is. That right there, starting us off, that 5, 4, 3. In this case, it goes back to before, but in the Rainbow Road, da 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 ba ba. Cool way to start off a melody, same fragment, different endings. Let's check out tick tock, tick tock. What you waiting? What you waiting? What you waiting? What you waiting for? This is very different. Yes. Oh, I'd call this jazz. Wow, that was fun. Gorgeous peach gardens and the time signature of 3-4. Also lining up with us being 3/8 of the way likely through this playlist. Can someone check the timing on the playlist and let me know if we are on track, ahead of schedule, or behind schedule? I'd love to know. Next up is Rainbow Road. my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Still going. Which, by the way, is what happens when you have a drummer playing grooves for like hours straight, and then you're like, hey bro, it's time for your solo. Then the drummer's like, okay. Absolutely phenomenal. Incredible drums, incredible solo. All right, let's check out this next one. Staff credits for the DS, and then we're gonna be straight into Luigi Circuit from the Wii. If that one made you cry, type cry in the chat. Man. That one's so beautiful, and it has this bittersweet part to it that just like, for me, reminds me of the sweetness of life and the bittersweet reality that we're not going to live forever.
And the isness, the isness of this moment, right here, right now. And that this moment truly is. You know, they say music is healing. As far as I can tell, music brings you to the healing. Music brings you to healing because it brings you to the moment. Not the past, not the future, this moment. And it's in this moment that we are made whole. I know that sounds a little cheesy, but yeah, man. All right. Luigi Circuit. Let's do it.
Wow, I see so many comments saying, like, we're getting to my childhood now. Says Rage Against the Void. My childhood for me, says Cool Raptor 9505. Wow, for a lot of folks, it is getting to their childhood Mario Kart that they grew up with. Now, I want to do a quick check-in. If any of you have been standing and dancing with me for the past 6 hours and 13 minutes, I want you to put stand and dance in the chat so I can send my respect and doff my hat to you. Let's keep cooking here. Sleepy Insomniatic, shout out. Aaron, shout out.
So how things work around here is I have an emergency phone. You can see it's a flip phone, and like there are 6 people on Earth that have this number. And the rule is no one calls this number unless someone is dying and there's something I can do to help. That's the rule for calling this number. This number just rang. It was a spam call. But yeah, when this phone goes off, and it rarely, very, 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 very rarely goes off, I go and pick it up. Because like I said, there's about 6 people in this world who I'm actually, have some type of familial responsibility for. And they have this number if something's actually going wrong and they need my help. So that number went off and everything's fine. It was someone from Consumer Protection Insurance wanting to know if I needed more coverage for whatever. So I don't. So we're good. All right, coconut malt, let's do it. It was John. Yeah. Simon says my bad, wrong number. Wow. Absolutely fantastic. Just to bring back the idea of the emergency number, it's so useful because my phones, I keep them out of this office. I only look at my phones when I want to look at my phones. I've got 2. I got one for business, one for personal. And I only look at those things when I want to look at them. Otherwise, they stay away from me. Right? So I choose to interact with them. They don't get to impose their will on me, or they don't get to impose, other people's. People don't get to basically impose their time and their demands on me. I get to decide when I make myself available to other people, which works very well for me. And then, because that means I actually get stuff done. Like I get to sit here and do a stream with you guys, right? I get to go write a book. I get to go, build a new course for, helping my guys create incredible music. If you're going, what do you mean, create courses and books? Yes. If you want to create your own music, I've got the thing for you. It's in the description. It's in the pinned comment. It'll be in the pinned chat as well. It is to join the Gamer Music Creator Guild. It's where I help gamers create amazing music. Now, if you just want to write the music, put it in a capsule, send it to Mars, and no one ever hears it, I'll help you do that. If you want your music on Spotify, YouTube Music, Apple Music, I'll help you do that. If you want your music in video games, I will help you do that. All of that got you a free starter pack, so you can see, if you haven't been able to tell already, I am the real deal. I've got a whole bunch of books that I've written on music, and I've been dedicating my life to helping people create music. So if you want to come hang out and get some help with your music, go ahead, check out that link, get the free starter pack, and then on the next page is an opportunity to book a call with my team. All right, let's keep it going. DK Summit. Oh, that's cool. Wow, what an incredible piece of music. I am thoroughly enjoying this OST. Could not think of a better way to spend my day than hanging out with you, listening to some incredible music. Let's check out Wario's Goldmine. And by the way, if you have any questions about the music, go ahead and ask them in the chat, because I gotta be honest with you, it makes my life so much easier when I can just answer questions instead of thinking of questions that I then answer. All right, let's keep going.
Wow. Let's check out acoustic version of Daisy Circuit. Yeah, this is improvised. I mean, I'm 90% confident. 90% confident score that this solo was improvised. Okay. Now, we're going to take a little break. Just kidding. We're going to go to They Don't Know Me, Son. Who's going to carry the boats? Who is going to carry the boats? Haha. We don't take breaks around here. Breaks take breaks around here. We take breaks from breaks around here. And we ain't got no breaks around here. Just gratitude, no fear. We don't take no breaks around here. They don't know me, son. They do not know me. Thank you, God. Gorgeous. 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 Oh, I love this. Now this is jazz. Listen to the way that the drum's accenting those piano chords. So, with moments like that where you can hear in a band, especially jazz, where people will hit together at the same time, there's really 3 ways that happens. Number 1 is it's pre-planned ahead of time with hits. Hits are oftentimes, let's say here's the staff with like the notes of the melody written on it. Hits will either be notated with slash notation above or below, so everyone can hit them together. Now, the second way it can happen is that 2 musicians look at each other, and with visual communication and like mind reading, boom, they'll do the hits together. And sometimes they'll just do it by listening too. The third way it'll happen is just by sheer luck, sheer synchronicity that 2 musicians go in at the same spot to emphasize something. Now, given the incidences of overlap of drum to piano hits there, I would say it was either, well, actually there's a 4th one, and the 4th one is they practiced it and they sort of felt out where the hits were going to be. So for me, listening to this, I'm gonna guess it's either this first one where they have hits written out, or they did a couple takes of this. Takes means a couple tries, right? So they do one time playthrough, they play through another time, they play through another time. And what they do is as you go play through, you figure out where everyone wants to hit. And then you eventually basically create hit points where it's not defined on the music, but you guys sort of have this understanding of where it's going to happen. So those would be jazz hits. Hits. If you know, you know. Cool Raptor 5905 says, music theory for gamers. I feel like I never heard you talk about how this game has endings to Mario songs that usually just loop. Well, here's the thing. When people say the words feel and never, know that that is called infinite language. Infinite language. Infinite language. And infinite language means coming from a place of emotions and not logic, 99% of the time. Now they've understood infinite language. Yeah, you're right. I've not been talking about the endings. The endings are absolutely incredible. And I think some of my favorite parts of many of these pieces has been the ending. Like the parts like made me giggle and kind of like a ooh hoo hoo. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen Wallace and Gromit. Cheese! Like, the things that make me go, cheese! Are those endings. 100%. And so, yeah. No, it didn't come off as wrong at all. I was more just having fun talking about infinite language. Like how we talked about A, B, and A, B, C, and D, and the 2 choices and 3 choices. No shade. There's no shade around here. Ain't no shade around here. But if I start talking in different languages and you can no longer understand me, it's because I've been standing up for 6 hours, 40 minutes straight. And I'm going to keep going. I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones. No, Cool Raptor. It's all love, dude. All right. Grumble Volcano. Let's cook it. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Grumble Volcano sounding quite boss-themey. They did not need to go that hard for Grumble Volcano, but man, they sure did. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling to Dry Dry Docks and Dry Dry Ruins and Dai Dai Enu. If you know, you know. Wow, tons of fun, grooving in the key of E. I was like that. There it is. That's cool. Now, someone in the chat asked, how do you notate it if someone should start playing a solo? You're going to write ad lib, which is short for ad libitum. And think about lib as the liberty, the lib from liberty, aka free, aka it's your thing. Do what you want to do. No, I can't tell you who to sock it to. It's your thing, honey. Do what you want to do. No, I can't tell you who to sock it to. sick. I think what's really cool about the endings is some of them sound like they're like the start of a race. But anyway, so we had the flat 6 to the 5, back to the 1. Minor. Yes, I did. Now that chord progression right there, you use that for anything. That chord progression's got legs. Use that in many, many, many genres. Let's check out Rainbow Road. Oh yes, mother. We're going rowing on the Thames. Quite. And then afterwards we'll have dinner with King Charles. Oh, come on, guitar. That's from the SNES. Wow. We're gonna go straight to staff credits. Oh my. Come on, guitar. Gorgeous. Wow. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Come on now! Come on now! Man, I forgot how much fun we had in Mario Kart 7 there for a second. 1 to flat 3 to 4 to 4 over 5 to flat 6 over flat 7, and then to flat 7 over 1, and then back to the 1. Gorgeous. All right, let's keep it cooking with Daisy Hills. Daisy Hills, gorgeous rendition there. People dropping some French references on Daisy Hills. Why? I can hear it. It's the use of the accordion. Now, we may see the accordion coming back in Mario Kart Tour, which we saw last time, so I'm going to talk about it now. So in Mario Kart Tour, the original OST, and here, we can hear an accordion being used. Now, the accordion, you can find it in France. You can also find the accordion in Italia. You can also find the accordion in Spain. You can probably also find it auf Deutschland, in Deutschland. Ein Zimmer in Deutschland. Ich habe eine Akkordeon gespielt. And don't you forget it. So the accordion is going to be we'll call it a European instrument. Not that it's from, I actually don't know the provenance. Provenance is the fancy word of saying where something comes from. I don't know the provenance of the accordion, but I will tell you that it is, at least in the modern context, it is certainly a European instrument, less than a French instrument, even though it is a meme sound for France. And we know it's actually German because of that classic German tune. You know that one. Du hast Akkordeon. You know that one. Estas ein Akkordeon, ja, das ist ein Akkordeon, 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 Akkordeon. Ah, you know the one. All right, Music Park. Oh, they don't know me, son. Gorgeous. Oh, I remember this one. Is it a different key than the original? This is up a half step, isn't it? Well, so Rock Mountain, I'm now, we're about 7 hours, 15 minutes into this stream, and I say that because I'm listening to this piece of music and I'm going, oh, I know this one. I played along with this one last stream we did, and I figured it out really quickly. And so I went to play what I remember figuring out, and I was like, hang on a second. This was a half step down last time I read it. This actually originally is in the key of A, if I'm not mistaken, and here it got brought up by 1/2 step to B flat, if I am not mistaken, which I don't think I am. Really cool stuff. All right, let's keep it going to Piranha Plant Slide. You got wow, wow. There it is. Wow. Lovely rendition of the Piranha Plant Slide. What I'm really enjoying now is as we get into Mario Kart 7 and Mario Kart 8, I listened to all of these listened to all of these recently. This was, by the way, was a great move, a great way to set up this entire streaming series, is listening to all the tracks, all the OSTs in order, now listening to this entire OST. Thank you everyone in the community for recommending that, hey, look, go in order. Trust me, it'll be worth it because this has worked out super well.
Now, some of you have been asking, why do you keep on saying you don't know me, son? Every time my little brain goes, let's sit down, or let's take a break, I tell it, you don't know me, because it doesn't know me. Listen, I've been standing up for 7 hours, 16 minutes straight. I'm not sure, but I think this might be a personal best for me for standing up. Like without sitting down. I've been standing up without sitting down for 7 hours, 17 minutes straight. I want to prove to myself what I'm capable of. So I'm going to be standing for this entire OST, and I'm going to be dancing for this entire OST, as I have been for the past 7 hours, 17 minutes. And when I say you don't know me, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the voice in my head that's not the real me. That's who I'm talking to. Because if you want to do something, you have so much more capacity inside of you than you might think that you have. And what I want to do today is I want to show you the level of capacity that you have if you truly want to go after something. I don't have to be doing this, but I want to do this. I want to show me and I want to show you what is possible to do when you set your mind to it. And by the way, this is nothing. There's people who go on like 24-hour running races. I'm not holding a candle to that. Also, I'm not training, but you get the idea. So, who am I? I am a winner. What do? I win. And here we go. This is how you do it. You show up and you follow through. All right, let's rock it. No, effort does not count. Sorry, Uzi Rap, but yeah, got kind of harsh. Wow, absolutely amazing, and I feel so inspired to share something with you. The effort does not count. I'm going to say this again. The effort does not count. It's the results that count. Effort doesn't count. Results count. That is not a lesson that was taught to me when I was younger. Boy, if I can share one thing with you right now, it's that it's the results that count. It's not I studied hard and I got an A minus. It's no, I got an A plus. It's the result. It's not the effort. And I wish someone told me that earlier because, man, I'd show up and I'd tell people, yeah, you know, I forgot it was your birthday, but I thought about you. No. Results. Results count. And if you think that, like, and by the way, if like you're still in school right now, effort counts. In the real world, effort don't count. Results count. And it doesn't matter how much effort you put in as long as you get the result. And that is the unlock. Because if you want to go after a result and get that result, it does not matter how much effort you put in, which is why some people can make $1 billion in a week and some people can make $300 in a week. The $300 person can work way harder than the person making $1 billion. But it's not about the effort, it's about the value and the results that they're able to provide to other people. Most of the time, assuming, you know, something illegal is not going on. All right, let's keep it going. Yes, I remember this melody. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, come on now. Oh, get funky, homie. Wow. Easily my favorite version of Rosalina's Ice World. I really dug that. I love what they did with that. If you haven't listened to the original, go back, listen to the original because, I mean, just that melody alone is so unique. So unique. And if you haven't watched my Mario Kart 7 stream, go back, watch that too because I did some breakthrough down on there. Absolutely incredible. All right, let's check out these staff credits, and then we're on to Mario 8.
I missed Rainbow Road. Sorry, guys. That's my bad. Oh, wow, nice. I'm so glad we did not skip that. Ah, that was so good. Man. Absolutely sick. Absolutely sick. So good. They don't know me. There it is. That's the SNES theme. Love it. What a drum fill. There it is. SNES theme. Oh, come on, baby. Oh, come on. Come on. Woo! Ah, that's the same guitar fill as the OG. Sick, let's check out the next version of the same track. Come on now. Oh my goodness! Wow. What a vibe. What incredible solos. Nothing else to say other than let's check out Water Park. Well, there's nothing else left to say. I mean, that was just me forcing us into a segue, if we're being honest with each other. Let's go to Water Park. Oh, come on now. Wow, what an incredible vibe in the water park. I tell you what, I haven't done a breakdown on a piece of music in a couple of minutes. So as we go into these next ones, also, guys, ask me questions in the chat about the music. I love it when you ask me questions. And let's keep it going. little Mario victory, flat 6, flat 7, 1. Oh, sweet. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, so what we could hear in Sweet Sweet Canyon in the key of C major was a 1, 6, or might have been a 5 of 2 actually, 2 to 5, and then the second time it goes. No. Yeah, excuse me. I had it right, just we started it wrong. Then it goes straight to 3, which is a stand-in for the tonic area. It can also be a stand-in for the dominant area, but here, stand-in for the tonic area. Then we do the flat 2 of 2, and then 2, 5. All right, so we got 1, 2, 5 to the 3, to the flat 2 of 2, to 2, to 5. So this flat 2 to 2, this is going to be a tritone substitution. Tritone substitution. Really cool bringing that in. Instead of having it be a 5 of 2, a flat 2 of any chord will also work. Instead of having a secondary dominant, you can bring in a tritone substitution instead. How does a tritone substitution work? Well, if it was the 5 of 2, in this case, it would be an A7. The notes would be A, C sharp, E, and G. And in this case, we have an E flat 7. And the E flat 7 has a D flat, which is enharmonic to the C sharp. It also has a G. So because of the two notes that stay the same, and also specifically because they are guide tones, and the guide tones actually swap between being the 3rd and 7th of the chord to being the 3rd and 7th of the chord, that is why that tritone substitution works. Well, one of the reasons why it works. And then someone asked me a question, which is, what is my favorite Rainbow Road been so far? Easily, far and away, Double Dash. But that's just like my personal opinion, and that's not me commenting on the quality of the music, to be clear, which is two very different things. Okay. Let's keep it going. I think that was a quote of the SNES theme there. Absolutely gorgeous, sweet, sweet canyon. Coming in there with some jazzy stylings. Let's go on to Thwomp. Actually, before we go to Thwomp Ruins, someone asked the question, what makes a good remix? Okay, what makes a good remix is that you think it's good. I'll say it again. What makes a good remix is that you think it is good. Good is an amorphous and generally unhelpful and unuseful term when describing music or art in general. Most things. So if you think it's good, then it's good. And if you think that having someone else outside of you say that it's good will validate the fact that it's good, that is a model of the world that, in my experience, only brought me pain, allowing other people to decide what I thought was good or not, or what I deemed to be good, right? What I would feel would be good or not, dictated by what other people thought. And that only brought me pain, and that only brought me suffering. Substantially less pain, substantially less suffering in deciding what you think is what you want to do, and then do that has been what's worked for me, to be clear. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just sharing what's worked for me. All right, Stretu says, could you explain the written notation you used to write chord progressions for us? I could, but I made an entire course for you that you can go check out. It's free, and there's a link to it in the video description where I talk you through all the basics of music theory. So if you want to understand how music works, and you want to create your own music, there's a link in the description. There's a link in the pinned comment, in the pinned chat. Go click on that. It's a free starter pack. And included in that is a course that will walk you through all the basic music theory. And the reason why I'm not going to walk you through it right now is because I take like 25 minutes to walk you through it very carefully so you totally understand it there, instead of me trying to do a 2-minute hack job here. All right, let's keep rocking to this next one, which is going to be Thwomp Ruins. Nice. Wow. This is fun. Man, I love the guitar here. Absolutely sick. Wow. What a difference from the original version, which I have actually played Mario 8 Deluxe. I've played it on my Switch. Saying, Dan, you have a Switch? Yes, I do. I do, in fact, have a Switch. Dan, you play games? Yes, I do, in fact, play games. I own. In fact, I have in my place of living right now, I have an Xbox One SX. I've got an Xbox Original, which still works, by the way, with a bunch of games. GameCube, purple, and a Switch. Oh, you want proof? Okay. Well, I hid my Switch from myself so I wouldn't play it. Here's the GameCube. Still in good condition. Still with the memory cards. Still with Lord of the Rings written on it. Yeah, my Xbox is all tucked away, but look, I still got the games. Hey! Halo, Knights of the Republic, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, played that one a couple times for sure. Alright, no more distractions. No more distractions. Let's keep going. Loved it. Keep cooking. Yeah, dude, let's go, Dobro. That's a sick lick. All right, we have a question in the chat. I'm not quite done. I'm gonna do some more stretches here as we're doing quite a bit of standing. Oh, that feels so much better. Okay, so the question is, what genre or style that's emerging for the first time right now that I've got my eyes on? Interestingly, I don't keep up with what's in fashion or emerging. And I'll tell you why. Right now, all the music I'm making is for video games. And the thing about video game music is it not always, but tends to be actually a couple years behind whatever the pop music thing is. Part of that, I think, comes, and this is an opinion, this is not a fact, part of that, I think, comes down to the time it takes to do a project, the age at which people are making projects, right? So you don't really have people who are, I mean, to be clear, I see all the time people who are 17 years old building games. I think it's so cool. Keep doing it. But like, you don't have people like building and releasing big games at that age usually. Sometimes they start at that age, which means that the music that they're into then doesn't get heard by people for what, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, however long the game development process takes for that title, right? So right now, I'm more just about like, what do I get to explore for working on a project for a game? right? So it's like, hey, what's a genre I've never made before, and then someone gets me a game to go write the soundtrack for it, and then I go get to explore a brand new genre that I've never created in before, and then I get to go play in that genre. That for me is what's really exciting. That's what I keep my eye on.
Let's keep it going. House music.
They're using the term electro on a lot of these different electric subgenres here. Heads up. Oh, that is cool. Oh, that is cool. Wow, that was delightfully spooky. Hey, if you want to clap along with music that's faster than you can clap with, here's what you do. You actually clap like this. That way you can actually go way faster than you would otherwise. So it's like this. And then you speed it up. And that is the fastest way to clap. Well, you know what the thing is about Shy Guys is that they really don't hang out with a lot of people. Now, some of them don't think about this as pushing people away. In fact, they really think about it as keeping to themselves. But, you know, as sad as it is to say, some people who are shy, well, a few shun people. And really, it's more of a pushing people away type thing than it is about, you know, making space for themselves. If you've been here for the past 8 hours and 15 minutes, you understand just how clever that joke was. And let's keep going. You know, it's like there's this tune. I think it's the version I know of it is Gretchen Parlato. What do you get when you fall in love? Guy with a pin to burst your bubble. That's what you get for all your trouble. I'm never gonna fall in love again. No, no, I'll never fall in love again. I've just changed keys on accident, but you get the idea. I think that might be an older tune than that, but that's the version I know of it. All right, let's check out the electro version of Sunshine Airport, and then we'll probably need to skip the next one, which is Dolphin Shoals, because no one wants to listen to that. In fact, there's two versions of Dolphin Shoals we're going to have to skip, because again, no one wants to listen to that. And yeah, those are probably the only ones we need to skip for today, and I just don't want to waste your time listening to something that you really just don't care about, so... You want to know something funny? Music Sheep 98. Music Sheep 98 says, do you know that Bad Guy by Billie Eilish is directly based on Plants vs. Zombies music and that Drake has multiple Nintendo pieces sampled? VJM has lately been inspiring mainstream artists. No, my friend. All right, here's my take. My take is mainstream artists want your attention because they know that when you're a fan of something, you show up for it and they want you to be a fan of them. They're after you. They're after your eyeballs. You know, there's a thing called super fans, and this is the thing that like companies and artists, they're really after right now. Someone called a super fan. And gamers, most of them, super fans of something. You buy the games, you watch the announcements, you read the news, you follow the websites. That's being a super fan. And they want you. They want to recruit you because you're such an awesome person. They're like, I want this awesome person. And they're right to want you, in my opinion. Yeah. An enthusiastic super fan, right? Think about microtransactions, things like this. Like, how much money do people make off of people who really dig something? Okay? Now, all of us here, we're all really big fans of things. Now, I'm not telling you that everyone's doing that, to be clear, right? What I am telling you is anything that comes out of a mainstream person whose entire livelihood and scenario is built around them being an aspirational person that you would want to be like. Anyone who's playing the guru game, which, by the way, all these artists are now playing, right? And that's the game. That's a celebrity game, right? Anyone who's playing the game of being a celebrity, I would take anything that they say with a massive pinch of salt, because the reason they are a celebrity is because, well, at least when they started, they were after increasing their own significance. And it's about them and it's not about you. Which is why I don't follow celebrity news and I don't talk. If you say, Dan, how do you know this? Because I tried to be a celebrity at one point, and I'm telling you, it was one of the most selfish, awful experiences of my life, looking back at it. And everyone who I talked to, everyone who I was around, it was also all about them. Which is the difference when I was talking before. That's the difference about game people, right? In show business, in songwriting, a lot of times, not all the times, but gosh, it's a lot of the time, it's about people being them and it's about significance. Whereas in game music and in video game industry, it's about contribution and service and growth and helping people. That's been my experience. I'm not telling you that's 100% true, the way the world works. Don't take my word for it. Do your own thinking. But that's been my experience. All right, let's do this thing. That's sick. We're back. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Top tier musicianship, top tier arranging, top tier recording engineering, top tier mixing, top tier mastering. Absolutely gorgeous. That is a AAA experience. Not that we haven't been having just like a straight 8.5 hours of AAA experiences. That is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Aaron the Musician 3894 asks, do you think you want to be one of these musicians playing for Nintendo one day? Dude, I'd love to be. I'd have to put so much time into practicing. It's been so long since I practiced every day, and that's like gonna be like 8 hours a day, so probably not. But I will tell you, if I ever get the chance to compose for Nintendo, I would. I mean, I'm not saying I'd do anything, but like, I'd do anything to be able to do that. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Like, even if it's just like 1 or 2 pieces, like in a Pokemon game, or like a Mario game, or a Luigi game, or a Rabbids game, or literally anything that they make. Fire Emblem game, like literally anything. Man. Or that they publish too. Because I don't think Nintendo develops Fire. Did they do the first Fire Emblem? Did they spin that out to someone else to develop? Oh, let me know in the chat. I forget how that worked. But anyway. Point is, yes. All right, let's keep it going. Oh, Intelligent Systems? Even the first one? Change. You don't know me. It's a 1 to 4 major 7. Two to 3. 4 with 5 in the bass. Gorgeous. All right, so really interesting right there, the harmonization. We have this 1 to 4 major 7. If I'm even in the right key, I might be in the wrong key now, but that's okay. And then it did, oh no, we're in the key of B flat, excuse me. All right, and then there was this like 2 to 3 to, oh wait, hold on. 2, 3, 4. Right, no, we were in the key of A flat. And then it's
5 with the, 4 with the 5 in the bass. But when you play it like that, without like a rhythm behind it, it's really soft, really smooth. All right, let's check out Electrodrome, which I got right this time, even though I didn't get it right last time. Let's go.
Yo, MacTeo in the chat.
Oh, come on now. Woo!
Oh my goodness. That's got to be one of my favorite remixes so far of this entire OST. That just went so hard. That went so hard. Absolutely loved it. Alex Mancool says, fire. Liam113 says, golly, this composition is impressive, and I agree with both of them. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, let's keep it cooking. Cloud Top Cruise, which was Tom Cruise's name back in high school. Hey, Colo Cloud Top over here. Oh, whoa. They changed that Gusty Gardens thing there. Wow, changing up the rhythm of the melody. Cool. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Absolutely amazing. I love that. Now, if you're wondering why, if you're watching on YouTube and you're seeing a whole bunch of people say Fossil Falls when clearly this is not Fossil Falls, this is Gusty Garden, that is because the last time I heard this piece of music and there was the Gusty Garden melody in it, I was convinced that it was Fossil Falls. So I am now getting my just desserts. And if you come around for dinner, we might eat just desserts. And I am certainly getting my just desserts here. So yes, we're having fun. And then everyone was riffing on it and saying Gusty Falls and Fossil Garden. And yes, it's très humoreux. Ah, baguette fromage, c'est très humoreux. Ah, vous êtes très drôle. Vous êtes très drôle. All right, Bone Dry Dunes. Oops. Wow. A thoroughly uncommon desert theme when it comes to desert themes. Bone Dry Dunes starting off in A minor. Going to D. And then somehow making its way to G and E. And then finally back to A, but not in that order. All right, let's go to the next one. Wow. What an awesome rendition of Bowser's Castle. One thing I want to point out is bringing in the... Let's get a little zhuzh on this thing, shall we? Flat 6 to 6 to flat 7 to 7, back to... And then it goes to the 4. And then it comes back to this idea. Ah. Yeah, a little slow in that transition to the G, but other than that, pretty solid. Let's keep it going with Rainbow Road. Oh my goodness. What an incredible, just killing it, Rainbow Road. Now, here's the part that really should be hitting home. If it's not hitting home by now, at least it's hitting home for me. At 8 hours and 55 minutes of listening to this OST, not one single track has had one single hair out of place. Everything has been impeccable, both in the mixing, the mastering, the composition, the arrangement, the musicianship, the recording, the recording engineering. Everything has been absolutely on point for almost 9 hours. Do you know how incredible that is? That's absolutely amazing. What an incredible standard of excellence that Nintendo is laying down here. A masterclass in excellence. Absolutely stunning. Stunning, I tell you. Even especially Baby Park. Bro, that Baby Park remix, absolutely gorgeous. Incredible. That Baby Park remix gets 2 out of 2 moos from me. And if you've been with us for about 9 hours here now, you know what that means. And if you don't know what it is, go back and watch the stream. All right, check out this next one. Quick reminder for you, we are now at the 9-hour mark. Turn your music volume down so that your headphones are only as loud as you could be able to have a conversation with someone in the same room as you. If you could not clearly hear someone, clearly hear yourself talking, you can't hear all your T's and S's and P's and Q's clearly, your headphones are too loud, you will give yourself hearing damage. Make sure you keep your listening volume low as we go on this extended, gorgeous, deluxe listening experience together. Oh, come on, guitar. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That was sick.
Change.
I lost sound. Type a 2 if you can still hear the music. All right, 1 second. I might have stepped on my cable here. One, two. There we go. Hear me, but not the music. Interesting. Mic check. All right, we're going to try refreshing the page here. We're on number 97. Let's see what this does. 98, 96, nothing. Yo, TZ Gaming, if you're here. Well, guys, we made it 9 hours in before something happened. All right, hold on. I'm going to download the entire OST as an MP3. No, I'm not. All right, guys. Well, it was good till it stopped working. All right, I'm going to grab our backup playlist. We have a couple backup playlists here. So give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. We're going to get cooking. Yeah, it's like this site just stopped outputting audio. I'm going to double check, make sure it's me. Yeah, I did refresh the page. Let me just test a... Oh no, it's the internet browser itself is not passing. All right, well, good news is it's me. Okay, I'm going to restart Chrome. The everything will still keep going here. Yeah, I think it's an issue with Chrome here. Just gonna restart it. All right, be right back. Great. Now let's get my YouTube optics back up here. And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are back on. We've got sound. Type 4 in the chat if you are stoked for sound. All right. Now, let's find where we were. What, number 97? There we go. It'll take me a second to reset everything. There we go, we're back. Back in. All right, we are back. Okay. Recording back in. Wow, Super Bell Subway. What beautiful music to get a stream successfully set back up for. And just in time for Mario Kart Tour. We're gonna jump in, cook on these tracks. Let's get this thing going. Tokyo Blur, absolutely delightful. Starting off with what seems like a blues in A, but then turns into something absolutely different. Tremendous, tremendous music. Let's check out the next one. Oh, come on, Vancouver. Yeah, still Studio 54 vibes. Change. Come on, guitar. Well, you might be wondering, what on earth was I playing over that? Type of 2 if you could hear what I was doing on the guitar. I was using something called quartal harmony. Quartal harmony is when you stack fourths on top of each other. So for example, if we have an A, then we're gonna have a D, then up a fourth from D is gonna be G, then up a fourth from G is gonna be C. So there's always a perfect fourth between all of these. Now, realistically, what you do with quartal harmony, at least here, not realistically, but what I chose to do here is instead of having them all be perfect fourths, I did diatonic quartal harmony. So I was actually staying in the key with my fourths, allowing them to either be fourths or tritones, just making sure all of the notes were actually in the key. Cool stuff. Let's keep it going. Los Angeles laps. Yeah, Ganondorf is fourths. It's true. Perfect fourths. Ganondorf's theme. Ocarina of Time. Oh, yes. Come on, Dan, get that melody. Come on, piano. Oh, play that thing. Wow. Oh my goodness gracious.
absolutely gorgeous. Talking about the A section of this piece, we're in the key of A major. We heard a 1 to a 4 to a 4 minor. Likely a 4 minor with a 6 in it, back to the 1. Absolutely gorgeous. Let's check out the next one. Sick. Wow, dude, what a cool riff, man. Let's do a little bit more zhuzh on it. Oh, Lord, help me play on time. Ah, I'm playing it wrong. There we go. But yeah. Super cool, and then it goes to. I might pop this string. I don't want to pop this string. It's a minor third. That's quite a bend. All right, let's keep it going to the next one. By the way, if you're wondering how that bend sound is created, I'm actually taking the string and I'm applying pressure to it to increase the tension on the string. By increasing the tension on the string, I'm actually raising the pitch, is how you do that.
Wow. Singapore Speedway sounding fantastic here, as I believe the remix did as well in Mario Kart 8. We're now going to check out Bangkok Rush, Piranha Plant Pipeline, Squeaky Clean Sprint, title screen for Mario Kart Live Circuit, and then we're going to be straight onto the mainline Mario. So hold on to your hats, we're almost there. Wow. Classy, classy. Let's keep it cooking. Whoa, it's like 3-4 now. Back to 4. That was cool.
Sec.
Wow, one real cool moment to pull out of there is it sounds like it's doing a like a flat 6, flat 7, 1, but it doesn't do that. It goes flat 6, flat 7, up a half step, up a half step. That type of a movement, a really cool fake out to change up that flat 6, flat 7, 1 classic minor rock and also pop chord progression. We heard there in Mario Kart Home Circuit Live. We are officially on to CD3 Super Mario Series Free Roam, starting with Ground, Latin version of Super Mario Bros. Hey! What a gorgeous version of the classic ground. Now let's listen to an acoustic version of it. Man, I just salsa'd myself to an elevated heart rate. Oh my gosh, the harmonization. Oh goodness. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my goodness. Ah. Oi! This is sick. All right, my friends, I give you my word that we will stop the stream before the 12-hour mark so that it saves the VOD. You have my word that we will do that. Thank you very much for your care and your attention to detail. I very much appreciate it. That was a gorgeous reharmonization of the ground theme. I've taken my guitar off because at this point, I want to enjoy all of the hours we've put in listening to all of like the mainline Mario games, all of the Mario Kart games, and now this is like the dessert. We just get to sit back and enjoy this. This is so good. All right, Jazz Fusion version, let's do it. Set a timer for 2 hours. Oh my goodness. Yo, the rhythmic variations, sick. Wow. My favorite part of that was towards the halfway, well, it was like the 3/4 point, where there was actual reinventing of the rhythm of it. Dubba, dubba, dubba. Oh my gosh, Behind the Soul, that was so sick. So sick. So sick. All right, let's keep it going. Acoustic version. Oh, no way. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. This is so good. Oh, this is so good. Hold the phone! Oh, goodness me. So good. Wow. All right. Controversial take. Those two versions of Underground Theme are equally as awesome. Absolutely incredible. So tasteful, beautiful playing. That was gorgeous. Oh, come on. Yes. Ha! And we're back. Gorgeous. I love adding in the extra measure or two in there. Gorgeous. Wow. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, someone in the chat said, how do you know conducting patterns? I have 2 degrees in music. I've written 10 books on music, at least one of which usually hits #1 bestseller in its category on Amazon every day. I've composed music for now 3 video games. I have coached hundreds of people to play, compose, create music. And yeah, so yes, I know conducting patterns. And it's not because I grew up in band. All right. And I don't say that to like toot my own horn. I'm just like, yeah, like I be doing this. This be a thing we do. Yeah. All right, let's keep it going. Yo, Cool Raptor, they don't know me. Love that, bro. Oh, wow. We are 5/8 to the OST, my homies.
Now, some of you asked what I'm doing. I'm resetting my posture. I've been standing up for 10 hours. Well, one of the things that made this underground background music different is that it was straight instead of swung. So if we think about the way that you'd like bop your head to the music, you'd bop your head to the beat. Now, the beat in this case is going to be in 4/4, and the beat is going to be quarter notes. Now, each one of these quarter notes is divided into two equal parts. These two equal parts, we call them eighth notes. But you can think of these as beat divisions. In the same way, if you had a quarter of a pizza, you divide your quarter of a pizza into two parts, you can have 2/8. Now, what happens is with straight eighths, there's an equal division of time. So the eighth notes are happening ta 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 ta. Whereas when you have swung eighth notes, the second eighth note of every group gets moved out to that. So you have ta 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 ta. Right? So you have this feel, this like stride piano thing, which has a little bit of swing to it. It's got this sort of loping nature to the music, which you don't hear in this underground BGM. That's because it's straight and not swung in terms of the eighth notes. Absolutely cool. Check out Overworld Medley. Oh, yes.
What a sweet groove. Oh my goodness. What an incredibly tasteful rendition of so many of the Super Mario Bros. 3 tracks. Let's check out Ground. Our first reggae! Oh yes! This really works reggae too. I didn't know I needed that piece of music in reggae until I heard it. That is something like when Henry Ford made the car, he said if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said, I want a faster horse. I wouldn't know to ask for a reggae version of that. And once I heard it, I was like, oh no, absolutely. Absolutely. A reggae version of that piece of music. Please and thank you. Oh, we've got libations arriving. We've got some. Thank you very much. We got dinner, yo. All right, let's cook it. Did you grab a fan and put it in here? It's getting really hot. Thanks. Thanks, and turn it down to the low setting, please. We got fresh air in the studio, yo! Hey, real quick, just let me know, can you guys hear that fan noise? Type a 2 in the chat if you can hear that fan noise. Oh, that feels so much better. Let me know if you can hear that. And I'm talking to them. Thank you. Got that loudly? All right, could you back it up like as far as it'll go that way? Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. All right, is that better, guys? Type a 3 if that's better. Sweet, let's do it. Oh, I remember this one.
funny.
Wow.
Airships from Mario Bros. 3?
Wow. That sounded like airship heavy from like Mario Galaxy 1. You feel me? That's some heavy, heavy airship. Let's check out the next one. Again, a piece of Mario music in the key of C major. Not much surprise there, especially considering we're back in the, at that point, original trilogy, if I'm not mistaken. Now, we have a 1. And then it did a 4 minor, a 4 minor, a 4 minor, and then we had a 5 of 5 to a 5. And then that brought us back. Now, interestingly here, this 4 minor to 1, 4 minor to 1, 4 minor to 1, and then 5 of 5 to 5, that does create a 3. Let's do it like this. Let's create a 3 to 1 ratio that you see all over music. It just split up with these groups like this. It's that beautiful 3 to 1 ratio. All right, let's keep it going with Super Mario Land. We're on the Game Boy. Let's go. Come on, whistling. Oh, this whistling's not playing around. That was a next level whistle. What an interesting riff. It's Dorian with the blues note. G minor specific. Okay, so one of my favorite things about this riff, first of all, is like, what a gnarly riff to just throw in the middle of like Super Mario Land. Absolutely sick, so it's the same idea. And then we have a flat 5 to a 5 to a flat 6 to a 6. It just climbs right up. What a delightful riff. Absolutely fantastic. Now we're into Super Mario World. Let's rock and roll. Interesting. Wow. Absolutely incredible here. 10 hours, 38 minutes into listening to the Mario Kart World soundtrack. Let's keep going with Overworld Medley. It's like some Billy Joel Steely Dan stuff. Ricky, don't lose that number. I love this. Everybody's talking all this stuff about me. Everybody's talking all this stuff about me. Oh, that's amazing. I'm just gonna keep it going. That was amazing. Come on, guitar. Wow. So cool. Loved Kieve, that little... Bro, ate that one a little bit on the way there, but that was super cool. Keep it going. I also plead temporary insanity from 10 hours, 45 minutes of streaming. Didn't we just listen to this? Ah, it's different. Now this is ska. Wow. Wow. Dude, I am loving these reworks. These are such high quality reworks too. It's so good. Oh, come on. Oh, come on now. Hit it. Hey. Sorry. That did not need to go that hard. That was absolutely sick. So we had a 1 to 6, just like the OG. The D da 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 5 da 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 5 1, and then we had da 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 da. Fun stuff. Let's keep going to underground. Oh yeah, come on now. Oh, let's go. Yo, I want to live in the alternate universe where the Super Mario got a rock soundtrack. Oh, come on, guitar. Oh, come on now. Wow, if I've got that right. That's so cool. One more time. Oh, you may not see my hands for that one, so you know, I'm not just faking that. Absolutely sick. Let's keep it going. Oh my goodness. This is amazing. That has got to be my #1 voted remix for this entire soundtrack. That was insane. That was absolutely nuts. Now, you might not have seen me bopping around like I have been for this whole stream. That's I was actually getting how I'm going to transfer all the YouTube folks over so they can have continuity on their side of the stream. So that's all taken care of now. And we're ready to rock and roll. So we're going to jump in and keep going with Koopalings. Let's do this thing. Someone just said play Caravan. Ugh. Ba, 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 ba. I can't even sing it. Ba, 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 ba. See, if I can't sing it, I can't play it. That, by the way, is a rule of music. If you can sing it, you can play it. If you can't sing it, you're probably going to have a tough time figuring it out to play it. I mean, you can't play it, but it is going to, take some time. Okay, let's keep rocking and rolling with this next one. Wow. Absolutely delightful. Let's keep crushing on to the next one. We're headed into Mario Paint. I've not heard this OST. I want to thank you, not to make this about me, but I just want to say we just crossed the threshold. We are now at what I believe is my personal record for duration of stream, both on Twitch and on YouTube. We're at 11 hours, 13 minutes, 35 seconds with 0 breaks, 0 time down, and we are cooking with gas. Let's keep crushing. I feel amazing. Yeah, guitar. That was hot. I'm ready to compare this to. This sounds great. I was in Marlene too. I've heard this now. So that's called a tag. So you heard at the end there, the melody repeat. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba, once. Ba-dum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba, twice. Ba-dum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba. That is a tag. It's when you repeat the same idea at the very end to end a piece of music or song through the repetition of a melodic fragment. There you go. That right there was a tag. Awesome stuff. Let's keep it going. Well, I can honestly tell you that I should have been able to figure out what key that was in, but we've been streaming for 11 hours, 22 minutes, and when I tell you that I was hearing music and playing stuff on my guitar, and just my brain was a puddle of mush. But we're gonna unpuddle this mush and carry on with Donkey Kong Island Swing. Let's do it. One of my favorite games from the SNES. Mic check. Nice. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Sounds amazing. We're going to keep cooking for a couple more. Our friends on Twitch, you stay right where you are. We're going to listen to a couple more on YouTube, and then I'm going to pass you guys over to a second stream because YouTube, when it comes to streaming, is weak compared to Twitch. I'll say it. I'll say it. You can't stream for more than 12 hours, and then, you know, the whole thing disappears. So, you know. Yeah. Yep. I don't know what to tell you. So we're going to listen to a couple more tunes here on YouTube. And then, guys, I'm going to end the stream. It's going to automatically redirect you to the next thing. And we'll get cooking from there. And if you're watching this video on demand, don't worry. I'm going to set it up so you got a little playlist to click on. It's all going to make sense for you. All right, here we go. Ah, absolutely gorgeous. Santa Claus is coming to town. Well, there was my small attempt at throwing in a little Super Mario World over that. There we go. Major third. Duh. All right, let's keep it going to the next one. And let's keep rocking and the rollin'. Oh, come on now. Oh my, we're going somewhere different. Little flat six action there. So right there, do-da-da-da, Santa Claus is coming, to Santa Claus is coming, to Santa Claus is coming to town. What we heard right there, that Santa Claus is coming to town thing, that was, again, a tag. It's the same musical fragment repeated, not once, not twice, but in this case, thrice. Count it, thrice. Thrice I've been duped by a false possum at the end of a piece of music. All right, let's keep it doing. There's that same drum in the right ear that we heard when I was talking to you about samba and bossa nova before. Heads up, white screen incoming. Cool chord progression. We heard in the athletic theme there from Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. We're hearing a 1 to a 5 of 2 to a 2 to a 5. Now I'm obviously playing those with sevenths there, but that would be the chord progression. If I was to actually notate this correctly, we'd have a 1 minus 7 to a 5 7 to a 2 minus 7 to a 5 7. And that would get us what we're looking for. And if you're just tuning in, this arrow means a movement from dominant to a tonic area. And then if you have the little bracket, that is a subdominant moving to a dominant area. And if you're going, what on earth do those mean? Well, in very simple terms, in any video game, you usually start off somewhere safe. I mean, it's not all the time, but like many video games, many stories, you start home safe. This is the tonic area. Then you go out into the world, okay? And you face many trials and tribulations. This is the world. Out in the world. Now this is water. Okay, there we go. And this is the subdominant area, right? There's adventure. And then eventually we have to confront the boss. So here's the boss. It's an evil robot. And the boss is going to be the dominant area. It's going to be the area of tension. And not all music, but lots of music functions within these three areas. Okay, the Dwayne King asks, I noticed you were live when I was getting ready for work. How long is this soundtrack? I think it's about 15 hours. We are currently 11 hours, 38 minutes, 39 if you're counting on Twitch, 38 if you're counting on YouTube, into this soundtrack. And we've got something like another 4 hours to go, possibly another 4 hours, 15 minutes, or 4.5 hours here. So we're gonna be crushing on, and we're gonna be keeping on, with the next one, which is going to be Stage Boss. Actually, before we do Stage Boss, all right, my YouTube folks, I need you to pay attention. I'm putting a link in the chat. Click on that link. I'm also now going to end the stream, which is going to move you over to the next stream. Everyone on Twitch, you just hang out. You're golden. I don't know what to tell you. Twitch for live stream works well. So you hang out there. All right, guys, we're going to end this stream. Now, if you're watching this video on demand on YouTube, here's what's going to happen. A playlist is going to appear right here. You click on this playlist. It's going to take you to part 2. You're not going to be able to find part 2 anywhere else. It's going to be unlisted. The only way you can find it is clicking on this playlist right here, right now. And the only way you get it is by watching to the end of this video. So I'll see you in part 2 if you're on YouTube.